posture of compassion. And with these virtues, we will choose this day to love, that we would be bound together in perfect unity by the strength of your most holy name, in which we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 5A1A of House Resolution 8, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to talk about an urgent need to address the doctor shortages in rural and medically underserved communities throughout our country. The current pandemic and problems with vaccine distribution have highlighted dangers behind a lack of access to the quality of health care in these areas. I am working to change that right now. Unlike producing personal protective equipment, it takes years to train a physician. This week, I will introduce legislation to invest in medical education and to create new medical schools throughout this country in underserved communities like mine in the San Joaquin Valley. This bill will help curb the shortfall of physicians in rural areas by enabling medical students to stay close to home. Studies increasingly show that students who can study close to home are more likely to stay there and practice there upon graduation. If we want to keep the promise that every American who wants a vaccine will get one, we need to have more doctors and nurses and medical providers throughout our country. This legislation would do just that. Helping my constituents and keeping them safe is my #1 priority, and I'll continue to do whatever it takes to make that happen. This is important legislation, and I ask my colleagues on a bipartisan basis to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the midst of these hard times, we are especially grateful for the health care and frontline workers who have bravely answered the call. Thankfully, we see glimmers of hope with the discovery and distribution of multiple vaccines. Yet sadly, here in Congress, Democrats are using the pretense of COVID relief to ignore bipartisan consensus and push a $2 trillion liberal wish list of unrelated provisions. Let's not forget the most recent targeted COVID relief bill was signed into law only 1 month ago, and together with previously enacted stimulus laws, over $1 trillion remain unspent. Back home in Michigan, Governor Whitmer continues to go it alone, imposing punitive and arbitrary restrictions that have harmed too many small businesses and hardworking families. It's time to work together to end this pandemic and help our constituents get back on their feet. Let's get students back in the classroom, vaccines distributed, and workers back on the job. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I seek recognition, Madam Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute and revise in unanimous consent.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in honor of David Snyder, a constituent, a colleague, and a friend who passed away late last month. In every role, he dedicated himself selflessly and tirelessly to his community. I was honored to spend years working together on our state's water conservation and management issues. Water is the lifeblood of the Southwest, and David helped ensure that families across our great state had access to clean drinking water. He wore many hats, but the one that jumps out is as 2 terms as Pinell County Supervisor. His efforts helped keep Arizona on track during the drought that still exists, and his plans and expertise have helped us from form important multi-state water agreements. I know David's legacy will live on. My heart is with the Snyder family and the entire Casa Grande community as we mourn his passing. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Orion Samuelson on his retirement and thank him for his 60 years of work at WGN Radio and Nexstar Media. Orion's Hall of Fame career leaves behind a legacy known throughout the country, especially in our agriculture community in central and west central Illinois. Born on a dairy farm in La Crosse, Wisconsin, Orion got his start in radio in Appleton and Green Bay. In 1960, he came to Chicago and joined WGN Radio as their farm director. In the 6 decades since, Orion has become the best-known voice in agriculture radio, from presenting his signature farm reports to anchoring the noon show and hosting his U.S. Farm Report, which still airs today. Orion is a legend in broadcasting and agriculture. In 1963, Orion was the first to read the on-air bulletin that President Kennedy had been assassinated in Dallas. Orion's booming and distinctive voice is known well throughout Illinois and in our agriculture community. We will miss hearing his voice on air, seeing him at the Illinois State Fair in Springfield, and hearing his reports that help guide our farmers to success over the years. I want to thank Orion for his years of work and service and hope he enjoys a well-earned retirement. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I have attended more police officers' funerals than I care to admit. Some I have eulogized. The services are beautiful, but the loss is tremendous. Officer Sicknick's murder hit us hard. It hit me hard for a lot of reasons, but this death should be personal to every member of Congress because I believe this body failed our Capitol police officers. We tell everybody else, if you see something, say something. Yet, while Brian was being murdered, other officers suffering great bodily harm and significant numbers of members in this body said nothing and continued to uphold the big lie. They followed the lawful, inhumane, and criminal orders of their commander-in-chief. But Brian remembered his oath, and if we want to honor his life, then all of us should follow his example. Many have given much, but Officer Brian Sicknick gave all. He paid the ultimate sacrifice, and we are forever grateful for a life well lived.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I introduce resolution commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Department of Minnesota Veterans of Foreign Wars. The Minnesota VFW was founded on January 17, 1921, and today has over 200 posts across the state and serves more than 32,000 veterans who fought for America honorably overseas, as well as an additional 21,000 auxiliary members consisting of veterans' family members. The Minnesota VFW's century of service has helped strengthen the common bonds of our military heroes by improving the quality of life for veterans and their families. The VFW provides a wide array of services to its members, including youth development and scholarships, national security, advocacy, legislative affairs, citizenship, education, veterans fellowship retreats, and financial assistance for disabled veterans. I'm incredibly grateful to those at the Minnesota VFW who work tirelessly on behalf of our state's veterans. Here's to another 100 more years, and I ask members to co-sponsor my resolution. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot of people in this body are talking about jobs these days, and rightfully so. Our economy is in crisis. But what I want to urge everyone what I want to do is urge everyone that when we talk about rebuilding this economy, we are talking about all of the issues that make for a successful economy, and that includes childcare and attention to our children. Like many industries during this pandemic, childcare is struggling. Many facilities can't pay their bills due to reduced demand in services and increased costs to keep safe facilities for both children and staff. Many of us on both sides of the aisle have rightfully celebrated the heroes of this pandemic: healthcare workers, frontline workers, and essential workers. And these are the very people who are using childcare right now, and they are the ones who cannot work from home and therefore need enriching and safe places for their children to go while they literally save lives and provide for the American people. So I ask every member who has spoken so passionately about our heroes and about returning to normal life to move beyond those words and to take meaningful votes on legislation that will ensure access to equitable, high-quality childcare for infants, toddlers, preschoolers, and after-school care children alike all across this country. With that, I thank you and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the first and most important job of the federal government is protecting its citizens. From day one, President Biden, who campaigned as the unifier in chief, has made a record unilateral decisions that compromise the security of our country and undermine the rights of the American people. In his flood of executive orders, President Biden has already stopped deportation, lifted travel restrictions from terrorist countries, halted border wall construction, empowered sanctuary cities, weakened asylum policies. I'm running out of breath, Madam Speaker. I welcome all freedom-loving, law-abiding citizens who want to make a better life for themselves in this country. But we must respect the sovereignty of this country. We must respect the rule of law, and we must always respect the American people's safety first. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I seek permission to address the House for a minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Youth Mentoring Month, which we celebrate in January. Established in 2002, Youth Mentoring Month celebrates the powerful impact of mentoring relationships and raises awareness about the need for more caring adults to become mentors in their communities. In 2006, I created a career development and mentoring program at Constitution High School in Philadelphia, and through the years, I've served as a mentor many times over. We often talk about mentoring in terms of the benefits to young people, but what surprises so many about mentoring is the emotional satisfaction and benefits to the mentor. Whether it be through a classroom, an arts program, or a local youth sports team, mentors provide young people with the guidance and encouragement they need to find success and reach their full potential. As co-chair of the bipartisan Congressional Youth Mentoring Caucus with Representative Jamie Herrera Butler, I look forward to celebrating and promoting mentoring programs across our country, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for up to 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Today, I would like to bring attention to a troubling assessment that was issued by the National Counterintelligence and Security Agency on Monday. China continues to aggressively seek to acquire Americans' genetic information. They have targeted American hotels, they have targeted government agencies, as well as our universities through hacks and ill-intentioned partnerships. They recently even tried to buy fertility clinics in the United States to gather American DNA. And as was cataloged on 60 Minutes last week, the Chinese are now targeting family research databases that Americans innocently use to research their family trees. Make no mistake, our healthcare information can be and will be used against us. The Chinese have already demonstrated the lengths to which they are willing to go to use genetics against their own people as they experiment on the Uyghurs and the Xinjiang province. This threat cannot be ignored. China has already personally received identifying information on most Americans. As citizens, we must take better control of our information, and Congress must act to keep this problem from getting worse. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, On February 1st, 1960, 4 young black men sat down at a whites-only Woolworth's lunch counter in Greensboro, North Carolina, and asked to be served. These students from NC State University had trained for weeks to be able to withstand the hostility and abuse that would be thrust upon them. The next day, the Greensboro Four were joined by women from Bennett College and Greensboro Women's College. The courage demonstrated by these students sparked a national sit-in movement that spread to 55 cities in 13 states. The sit-ins lasted for 6 months until finally the Woolworth's lunch counter was integrated. As the representative from Greensboro, I join my colleagues, Representatives Adam and Butterfield, in introducing a resolution to recognize the legacy of the Greensboro Four and follow their lead in fighting for a future that will bring equal rights to all people. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am grateful for the service of Correspondence Director of the 2nd Congressional District, Joshua Grant. This week, he is joining the office of my fellow Charlestonian, Senator Tim Scott, as a legislative correspondent for finance. Josh hails from the beautiful community of Walterboro, South Carolina, and joined the office of the 2nd District shortly after graduating from Benedict College, an historically black college in Columbia, in 2016. During his time in the office, Josh continually went above and beyond and made every constituent feel and guest feel welcome. He instituted small-town sense of community to Capitol Hill. Congratulations to his parents, Joseph and Diana Grant, as well as his siblings, Tanya Johnson, Tiffany Giss, Lisa Grant, and Jason Grant, for raising a kind, smart, and inspired young man, a favorite of my wife, Roxanne. In conclusion, God bless our troops, and we will never forget September 11th and the global war on terrorism. After last night, Republicans are united to stop socialism, which destroys jobs. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request permission to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to President Biden's executive order to revoke the permit of the Keystone pipeline. This decision was political, provides no benefit to the environment, and it came at a cost of approximately 11,000 good-paying American jobs. President Biden cited concerns regarding climate change for his reason for stopping the pipeline, but under President Obama and Vice President Joe Biden, the State Department conducted a review and found the pipeline to have minimal impact on the environment. Now, instead of having the pipeline, the oil from Canada will now be transported in less safe ways like trucks and railways. Axing the Keystone pipeline destroyed thousands of jobs, won't reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, and only will deepen the divide on the issue of climate change. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Thank you. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Our wonderful country, America, has been given material wealth beyond belief, plus natural beauty that I think is greater than anything around the world. In 1973, how did this country respond to those gifts? The United States Supreme Court in Roe v. Wade legalized abortion, something that even in days before the ultrasound almost was universally condemned around the world. Since that time, 62 million unborn babies have had their lives cut short in America. The United States is one of only 7 countries in the world where late-term abortions are legal, joining countries like China, North Korea, Vietnam, and then Singapore, Canada, and Holland. Now we extend, under the current administration, look to push for still more abortions by talking about removing the Hyde Amendment, allowing for taxpayer funding, and even worse, repealing the New Mexico City policy in which the United States gives money to organizations abroad who will wind up performing abortions. That is what the United States will become known for around the world. How is this to respond to the natural wealth and beauty we've been given?
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Meals on Wheels program in Indiana County, Pennsylvania, who recently celebrated a 50-year milestone of helping neighbors in need. Marty Yashashiko is the lifeblood of this operation. Marty's been running the Meals on Wheels program in Indiana County out of the local American Legion kitchen since 1981. 5 days a week, Marty and his volunteers gather at the Legion to prepare meals for local senior citizens. Currently, Meals on Wheels of Indiana County is serving 35 seniors, but in the past, volunteers have served up to 70 individuals daily. Before COVID-19, almost 10 million seniors were facing hunger threats. Meals on Wheels provides an incredibly valuable service. It's not just hot meals. For many seniors, their only social interaction today may be their visit from a Meals on Wheels volunteer. That connection is invaluable. Meals on Wheels Indiana is always looking for more volunteers, looking to help seniors in their community. Thank you to Marty and the team at Meals on Wheels Indiana County for their dedication. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to join my community in recognizing and celebrating the Lunar New Year. 2021 is the year of Ox, which represents the strength, determination, and perseverance. We have seen the spirit in the American people during COVID-19 pandemic. And while we faced unprecedented challenges, we have also shown that the American people are resilient. And I hope this year, this new year, is filled with many blessings, joy, and renewal. I pray that this year brings success and happiness to all. And I hope to be a voice for our community to ensure that the American dream that I was able to achieve is available for everyone and for our next generation. Together, I know we can make a better world. I would like to extend a Happy New Year to everyone. Kong Chi Cha Fei, Xin Nian Kuai Le, Chok Mong Nam Moi. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. And thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back, and we request that you provide a translation for the reporter. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
By the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 91 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 4, House Resolution 91. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House the resolution H-Res 72, removing a certain member from certain standing committees of the House of Representatives. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ethics.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only.
I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, yesterday, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 91, to provide for the consideration of H-Res 72, removing a certain member from certain standing committees of the House of Representatives under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Ethics. Madam Speaker, this is one of those moments where this institution must decide where the line is drawn. A person in this House encouraged violence against members of this institution, part of a larger pattern of disturbing rhetoric. She's also called the Sandy Hook and Parkland shootings, where young children were killed, a hoax. She followed and harassed a survivor of the Parkland shooting, David Hogg. She promoted a video featuring a Holocaust denier, which contained disgusting anti-Semitic language. She's even claimed that 9/11 was a hoax, that a plane didn't really hit the Pentagon. And what did our distinguished Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy do, Madam Speaker? Did he take action to push this disgusting rhetoric out of the Republican conference? No. He rewarded Congresswoman Greene with seats on the Education and Labor and Budget committees. Now, I don't get surprised by much around here these days, but I was shocked by this. Our teachers and our students are watching, Madam Speaker. 2 of them are my sisters, who are public school teachers in Massachusetts. I can't imagine how they feel knowing that someone who says the deadliest high school shooting in our nation's history was a false flag operation, how they will feel if that person sits behind the dais of the Education Committee or behind the dais of any committee. Madam Speaker, serving on a committee is not a right, it is a privilege. And when someone encourages violence against a member, they should lose that privilege. Now, this is not a radical idea. When something like this happened in the past, party leadership on both sides stepped up and took action. That's what happened with Democrat Bill Jefferson and Republican Steve King. We are here today because Minority Leader McCarthy does not have the courage to do what is right. Now, I remember a time when Republican leaders had the courage to do what was right. Dealing with the likes of Steve King was not an isolated incident. In 1991, when the Republican Party contended with David Duke, a Holocaust-denying neo-Nazi and former KKK Grand This is where we draw the line, Madam Speaker. These words and actions are the worst I think I've ever seen, ever, in all my time here. We should have the courage to pass this rule and the underlying resolution on a bipartisan basis, to stand up for what is right, to demand better from those who serve in this institution, and to demand more for the people that we represent. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, my good friend Chairman McGovern, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today is a sad one for us, for me personally, for the Rules Committee, and for the entire House of Representatives. Today, we're meeting on an unprecedented resolution by the majority, removing a member of the minority party from her committee assignments. Now, before I continue, Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear that I find the comments made by the representative in question before she was elected to Congress to be deeply offensive. Members of Congress are and should be held to a high standard,
and if she spoke any of what has been reported while a member of this body, her words would certainly not meet that standard. But at last night's Republican conference, Representative Greene expressed regret for her past statements, which speaks to a problem with today's resolution. Representative Greene is not being given the courtesy of a referral to the Ethics Committee, the body empowered to investigate the conduct of members. She's not being given the same due process that is given to other members before facing punishment by the House. Why is it so hard for the majority to give a Republican member due process before stripping her of her committees? That's all I asked the Rules Committee last night, which the majority rejected. Today's resolution raises serious questions for this institution. Indeed, these questions have nothing to do with this particular member at all. Instead, they are about the future of the institution. The action the majority is proposing to take today is not only premature, but in fact unprecedented in the history of the House. Madam Speaker, what the majority is really proposing to do today is establish a new standard for punishing members for conduct before they ever became a member. The majority is proposing to hold members of Congress accountable for statements made before they were even a candidate for Congress. This change opens up troubling questions about how we judge future members of Congress and whether or not we as an institution should impose sanctions on members for actions they took before they were even candidates for office. Under this majority's new approach, could a member be punished for statements they made 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago? I would remind the majority that several of their own members have engaged in activities or made comments that Republican members find offensive and inappropriate. If the majority changes hands in the future, as it surely will at some point, how would the current majority feel if these members are stripped of their committee assignments with no due process? My friends run the risk of setting off a tit-for-tat exchange of escalating partisan punishment and score settling that could cripple the operation of the House now and well into the future. But what has also never been done before in the history of the institution is this. The majority has never taken steps to exercise a veto over the minorities committee assignments. It has never done, Madam Speaker. I know my friend Chairman McGovern attempted to point out some cases in yesterday's Rules Committee hearing to the contrary, but each of those cases he cited actually involved the party sanctioning their own members. The majority exercising a veto over the minorities' assignments has never happened before. I would also like to point out that this is the same majority which raised no objections a week ago when this House unanimously approved resolutions on committee assignments. In the past, the majority and minority have respected each other's rights to place members on committees without interference. It has ultimately been the responsibility of each side to also hold their members accountable for unacceptable behavior, including making decisions to remove members from their committee assignments when warranted. Indeed, Madam Speaker, Republicans have removed members from committees in the past. I know. I have personally been part of those proceedings. We can and will do so again if necessary, but it will be done with due process and with the members in question, whoever they may be, allowed to make their case. That is a simple standard of fair play and decency that the majority has decided not to extend to a member of the minority in this case. I truly believe that the majority claiming a new right to be able to exercise a veto over minority committee assignments will ultimately be dangerous for this institution. A change in norms away from an institution built on mutual consent and toward an institution where the majority holds a veto power over everything, including committee assignments, is ultimately an institution that cannot function. If one side feels the other should take corrective action for one of its members and has failed to do so, then the Bipartisan Ethics Committee exists to adjudicate matters related to the Code of Official Conduct. I believe it would be appropriate for the Ethics Committee to determine if a new standard relating to the actions taken by a member of Congress before they are elected should be covered by the Code of Official Conduct and make the appropriate recommendations for the institution to guide us going forward. I fear that doing anything other than this would send the institution down a precarious path. The Ethics Committee is the appropriate venue for considering claims of misconduct. That is traditionally what this institution has done when considering the conduct of an individual member. And I believe today it is appropriate to adhere to that norm. Madam Speaker, the matter we are faced with is bigger than any one individual member. It's about how we as an institution will continue to function in the future. I fear that if we open this particular Pandora's box, we will not like what happens next. I would strongly urge this House to consider an alternative course before it's too late. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge opposition to the rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, let me just yield myself such time as I may consume and respond to a couple of things my good friend Mr. Cole just said. As he pointed out, in the past, members were removed from committees as a result of the wishes of their party leaders. It did not go through the Ethics Committee. And the reason why we're here is because in this case, which seems very obvious to us, the Republican leadership chose not to act. In fact, they met last night and they voted on whether to remove Congresswoman Cheney from her position because she had the courage of her convictions and came down and voted her conscience. They didn't vote on this. And again, let me also point out with regard to the Ethics Committee, there's no Ethics Committee that exists quite right yet because the Republicans haven't appointed members, all their members to the Ethics Committee. So it doesn't even function at this particular point. And I would just also say that, listening to my good friend, he talks about all of this as if it's somehow ancient history. Well, the gentlewoman for Georgia, as we speak, continues to fundraise off these disturbing remarks. I'm not sure what she said to the Republican conference last night, but just last night she tweeted about raising $175,000 off of this and said, quote, "We will not back down, we will never give up." That's not contrition, Madam Speaker. I said it to my colleagues. That's doubling down and profiting. And so with that, I want to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I too have to agree with the ranking member on rules that this does raise serious questions for our institution and assure him that this is not a move taken lightly. But our colleagues have left us no choice. Historically, the parties have policed themselves. Even as recently as 2 years ago, our Republican colleagues removed a member from committees after he made a series of false and despicable statements, which were less serious than the conduct we consider here. But apparently that was the old GOP. In the words of Republican Senator John Thune of South Dakota, the party of limited government and fiscal responsibility, free markets and peace through strength has become the party of conspiracy theories and QAnon. No matter how much our colleagues here today say that they disapprove of the conduct of the representative from Georgia, they must realize that she is now the face of their party. If today's House Republican caucus wants to embrace this behavior, the majority does not. The member in question has advocated for insurrection and violence against elected officials and children, has challenged the safety of members and our Capitol Police, and has promoted fringe conspiracy theories that damage our work. Such behavior would not be tolerated in any other workplace, and it cannot be tolerated in the People's House. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle know this, and while they've been careful to distance themselves from their members' remarks and actions, they have not shown the courage to hold a member of their own party accountable when they don't have the shield of a secret vote. They force us to take this action to stop the spread of conspiracy theories, lies, and hate in the halls of Congress. This isn't canceling the representative from Georgia's voice. It's about accountability. There is no right to committee assignments, but if a member conducts his or herself in so disgraceful a way that she brings discredit upon Congress and her own party cannot address the problem, then the House as a whole has to deal with it. I urge my colleagues to recognize what the public has recognized in a bipartisan manner, that the indecent behavior of this member is a threat to Congress and our government. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I quickly yield myself such time as I may consume, just for informational purposes. And there's no way my friend from Massachusetts could have known this, but last night the Republican members were formally named. We expect them to be approved to the Ethics Committee. We expect them to be approved today, so the committee could function immediately. But again, my friend would have had no way of knowing that. With that, Madam Speaker, I would like to yield 10 minutes to the gentlelady from Georgia, Mrs. Greene.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, my Democrat colleagues, Republican colleagues, my district back home in Georgia 14, to the American people, to my mom and dad, and my husband and my children. I've been here for 1 month and a day, and I've gotten to know part of my conference, my Republican colleagues, but not even all of them yet. I haven't gotten to know any of my Democrat colleagues, and I haven't had to have any conversations with any of you to tell you who I am and what I'm about. You only know me by how Media Matters, CNN, MSNBC, and the rest of the mainstream media is portraying me. What you don't know about me is that I'm a very proud wife of almost 25 years, that I'm a mother of 3 children, and I consider being a mother the greatest blessing of my life and the greatest thing that I'll ever achieve. I'm proudly the first person to graduate college in my family, making my parents very happy and proud. I'm also a very successful business owner. We've grown our company from 1 state to 11 states. I'm a very hard worker. I've always paid my taxes. I've never been arrested. I've never done drugs, but I've gotten a few speeding tickets in my day. What you need to know about me is I'm a very regular American, just like the people I represent in my district and most people across the country. I never ever considered to run for Congress or even get involved in politics. As a matter of fact, I wasn't a political person until I found a candidate that I really liked, and his name is Donald J. Trump when he ran for president. To me, he was someone I could relate to, someone that I enjoyed his plain talk, not the offensive things, but just the way he talked normally. And I thought, finally, maybe this is someone that will do something about the things that deeply bother me, like the fact that we're so deeply in debt that our country has murdered over 62 million people in the womb. The fact that our borders are open and some of my friends have had their children murdered by illegal aliens. Or perhaps that maybe we can stop sending our sons and daughters to fight in foreign wars and be used as the world's police, basically. Or maybe that our government would stand up for our American businesses and our American jobs and make the American people and the American taxpayers their focus. These are the things that I care about deeply. So when we elected President Trump, and then I started seeing things in the news that didn't make sense to me, like Russian collusion, which are conspiracy theories also, and have been proven so. These things bothered me deeply, and I realized just watching CNN or Fox News, I may not find the truth. And so what I did is I started looking up things on the internet, asking questions like most people do every day. Use Google. And I stumbled across something, and this was at the end of 2017, called QAnon. Well, these posts were mainly about this Russian collusion information. A lot of it was some of what I would see on the news at night, and I got very interested in it. So I posted about it on Facebook, I read about it, I talked about it, I asked questions about it, and then more information came from it. But you see, here's the problem. Throughout 2018, because I was upset about things and didn't trust the government really, because the people here weren't doing the things that I thought they should be doing for us, the things that I just told you I cared about. And I want you to know, a lot of Americans don't trust our government, and that's sad. The problem with that is, though, is I was allowed to believe things that weren't true, and I would ask questions about them and talk about them. And that is absolutely what I regret. Because if it weren't for the Facebook post and comments that I liked in 2018, I wouldn't be standing here today and you couldn't point a finger and accuse me of anything wrong, because I've lived a very good life that I'm proud of, my family's proud of, my husband's proud of, my children are proud of, and that's what my district elected me for. So later in 2018, when I started finding misinformation, lies, things that were not true in these QAnon posts, I stopped believing it. And I want to tell you, any source, and I say this to everyone, any source of information that is a mix of truth and a mix of lies is dangerous, no matter what it is saying, what party it is helping, anything or any country it's about. It's dangerous. And these are the things that happen on the left and the right. And it is a true problem in our country. So I walked away from those things, and I decided I'm going to do what I've done all my life. I'm going to work hard and try to solve the problems that I'm upset about. So I started getting involved in politics. You see, school shootings are absolutely real. And every child that is lost, those families mourn it. I understand how terrible it is, because when I was 16 years old in 11th grade, my school was a gun-free school zone, and one of my schoolmates brought guns to school and took our entire school hostage. And that happened right down the hall from my classroom. I know the fear that David Hogg had that day. I know the fear that these kids have. And this is why, and I say this sincerely with all my heart, because I love our kids, every single one of your children, all of our children. I truly believe that children at school should never be left unprotected. I believe they should be just as protected as we were with 30,000 National Guardsmen. Our children are our future, and they're our most precious resource. I also want to tell you 9/11 absolutely happened. I remember that day crying all day long watching it on the news. And it's a tragedy for anyone to say it didn't happen. And so that I definitely want to tell you, I do not believe that it's fake. I also want to tell you that we've got to do better. You see, big media companies can take teeny tiny pieces of words that I've said, you have said, any of us, and can portray us into someone that we're not. And that is wrong. Cancel culture is a real thing. It is very real. And when big tech companies like Twitter, you can scroll through and see where someone may have retweeted porn, this is a problem. This is a terrible, terrible thing. But yet, when I say that I absolutely believe with all my heart that God's creation is He created them male and female, and that should not be denied, when I am censored for saying those type of things, that is wrong. You see, here's the real situation. I decided to run for Congress because I wanted to help our country. I want Americans to have our American dream. I want to protect our freedoms. This is what I ran for Congress on. I never once said during my entire campaign, QAnon. I never once said any of the things that I am being accused of today during my campaign. I never said any of these things since I have been elected for Congress. These were words of the past, and these things do not represent me. They do not represent my district, and they do not represent my values. Here's what I can tell you. I am beyond grateful for this opportunity, and I'll tell you why. I believe in God with all my heart, and I'm so grateful to be humbled, to be reminded that I'm a sinner and that Jesus died on the cross to forgive me for my sins. And this is something that I absolutely rejoice in today to tell you all. And I think it's important for all of us to remember none of us are perfect. None of us are. And none of us can even come close to earning our way into heaven just by our acts and our works. But it's only through the grace of God. And this is why I will tell you, as a member of this Congress, the 117th Congress, I am a passionate person. I'm a competitor. I'm a fighter. I will work with you for good things for the people of this country. But the things I will not stand for is abortion. I think it's the worst thing this country has ever committed. And if we are to say in God we trust, how do we murder God's creation in the womb? Another thing I will say to this body is I want to work with all of you for our people. It should be America first always, always, and there's nothing wrong with that. And if this Congress is to tolerate members that condone riots that have hurt American people, attacked police officers, occupied federal property, burned businesses and cities, but yet wants to condemn me and crucify me in the public square for words that I said and I regret a few years ago, then I think we are in a real big problem, a very big problem. What shall we do as Americans? Shall we stay divided like this? Will we allow the media that is just as guilty as QAnon of presenting truth and lies to divide us? Will we allow ourselves to be addicted to hate and hating one another? I hope not, because that's not the future I want for my children, and it's not the future I want for any of your children. I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, to equate the media to QAnon is beyond the pale. Secondly, the gentlewoman said that she now believes that 9/11 really happened, but let me just read a quote. At the Conservative American Priority Conference, she said, and I quote, "It's odd that there's never any evidence shown for a plane in the Pentagon. But anyways, I'm not going to dive into the 9/11 conspiracy." Now, granted, that was 2018, and the gentlewoman just told us that in 2018 she had an epiphany and decided not to follow these conspiracy theories anymore. But then in 2019, she claims that Speaker Pelosi is guilty of treason, and then says, quote, "It's a crime punishable by death is what treason is. Nancy Pelosi is guilty of treason." That's 2019. And also in 2019, she liked a comment on social media that advocated a bullet to the head of Speaker Pelosi. Also in 2019, she in an interview, she called a student survivor of the Parkland massacre, quote, "very trained, he's like a dog," end quote. And then said that he was an idiot who only talked when he is scripted. Also in 2019, on the grounds of the Capitol complex, Representative Greene followed a survivor of Parkland massacre, calling him a coward. And then when he ignored her, shouted questions, said he can't say a word because he can't defend his stance. I mean, that's 2019. Now, we could be here all week going over comments and posts in 2019 and in 2020. And so I just have to say that, I did not hear a disavowalment or an apology for those things. I did not hear an apology or a denouncement for the claim, the insinuation that political opponents should be violently dealt with. I didn't hear anybody apologize or retract the anti-Semitic and Islamophobic remarks that have been made, that have been posted over and over and over again. And again, the gentlewoman's campaign has profited off of these hurtful remarks and these dangerous statements. And so I just point that out for the record, and I would reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. And this morning, as many of you, I was watching the National Day of Prayer. And while watching, I was reading an opinion piece in Baptist News, and this quote stuck out to me as relevant to today's debate. "Whoever makes the rules makes them in their favor." Now, Madam Speaker, I want you to know that I read that before I saw your prayer, which I thought was a wonderful closing prayer. I would point out some others who don't share our faith might not. I thought it was wonderful, and that's the First Amendment that we get to enjoy in this country, and I thank you for that prayer. And I rise today in opposition to House Resolution 72 in efforts by the majority to remove a member of the minority party from their committee assignments. This resolution, and I think this is important, was introduced 3 days ago to the Ethics Committee, but it was brought to the floor without so much as a hearing before the Ethics Committee. Now, I want to stress, the past remarks or emojis that you bring up of our colleague do not represent the values of our conference, nor of my home state of Georgia. I expressed this in her primary, and I continue to express that today. But if this was about the remarks our colleague made, you would put a resolution on the floor condemning those remarks. But no matter what those remarks are or how bad they are, she and every other member of this body should be entitled to due process, just as every other American is entitled to due process. And in this case, it would be before the Ethics Committee before it came to the floor of the House. But let's be honest about what this is.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Madam Speaker, I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman has an additional 30 seconds. The gentleman is recognized.
You have a 10-vote margin in this body. This body has 20 standing committees. You created a proxy voting system that allows your members to stay at home while the Republican members show up for work. And you have another resolution that you haven't discussed yet to remove over 100 Republican members of Congress, including 6 from my home state of Georgia. Do you really think that we believe that you're going to stop with the gentle lady from the 14th, Miss Marjorie Taylor Greene? We know better. We know better. The truth of the matter is, you've got a math problem in passing your agenda.
Expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Members are reminded to direct your remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, let me just tell my colleague from Georgia, I can't resist. He mentioned proxy voting. I hate to tell him, but a lot of Republicans are voting by proxy too. So they're the same ones who condemned it are the ones who are now utilizing it. And again, I would also remind him that this is not a criminal trial, and that when the Republicans removed Steve King from his committees, there was no ethics committee deliberation on that. The decision was made to remove Steve King because finally, at long last, there was a realization that embracing white supremacism was unacceptable. When Bill Jefferson, a Democrat, was removed by Democrats, again, he was removed from his committees. It wasn't an ethics committee deliberation. At this point, I'm going to finish my thought. It was a decision that our leadership made, and there was bipartisan support for that as well. Now, we just, we can sit here all we want and try to make excuses for not taking action. I think the standard here is Republicans are coming to the floor and saying, we don't want to associate ourselves with these remarks, we condemn these remarks, but, we don't appreciate any references to violence, and we don't appreciate any references to anti-Semitism, but. And here we are. And so the issue here is that the Republican conference last night met to really deliberate on the fate of Congresswoman Cheney. Didn't take a vote on this. And basically, by doing nothing, what does that message send? How refreshing it would be, how welcome it would be if there was a strong bipartisan vote on this resolution. Imagine, what that would mean to the American people to know that we were all unified on the issue of when a member, when a person who serves in this House has advocated the use of violence, called for assassinations, that we all agree that is so unacceptable that at a minimum they ought not to have the privilege of being on a committee. And I'm not sure we're going to get that kind of unity here today, but I hope we do, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just quickly, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Just for my friend, just to respond to my friend briefly, remember, we're doing something here that's never been done before. The majority is taking away a committee assignment of the minority. That has not happened in this House before. Also remember, we're applying, or you were choosing to apply, the Code of Official Conduct to a member before they were ever a member. That's not, to my knowledge, ever been done before either. We haven't said, let's do nothing. We've said, these are pretty serious questions. Let's go to the Ethics Commission, adjudicate them, have a discussion, and have the recommendation come back out. So to say we don't want to do something is just simply inaccurate. I think you're frankly overlooking the unprecedented nature of the acts that you've decided upon and where that may lead us when the majority changes. So with that, I want to yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I find myself sort of the oldest freshman in my class, returning after just a 2-year hiatus and finding a house that I'm having a hard time understanding how it got so bad in such a short period of time. As my colleague on the other side of the aisle aptly said, we have had to remove people for cause in this body. When I was a freshman some 20 years ago, we removed Jim Traficant because he had been tried and convicted and still wouldn't resign. We've stripped people of their committees when they've been indicted and ensured that they left this body when they were convicted. But we have not and should not, in fact, hold people responsible for actions before the people of their home state elected them and their Secretary of State certified them and they came here. In so doing, we could pick a plethora of people not to seat or not to give committees to. On the other side of the aisle, there is a gentleman who I respect, who I've served with for my entire time in Congress, who was impeached and removed from office by this very body, and yet has served honorably here for more than 2 decades and sits at a high position on many committees. After the Civil War, in time, there were people who had been Confederate soldiers who came here as congressmen. In fact, the famous Senator Byrd was a grand wizard of the Ku Klux Klan before he was a member of these bodies. We cannot and should not judge people by what they have done before they arrive, and we should not tell the minority who they can seat. You may shame us, you may disparage us if we give somebody a committee assignment, but that is part of the free speech. In closing, if we do this, it will be no different than when John Adams allowed for a member of...
Expired.
Can I have 30 more seconds?
An additional 15 seconds to close.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
When a member of this body was incarcerated for something that John Adams felt was injurious to him under the Sedition Act. It was retroactive. He had written it before the act was passed, and the act was, in fact, not in keeping with our free speech.
The gentleman
With that,
from
I yield back.
Oklahoma reserves, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, let me again just respond by reminding the gentleman that this isn't an issue because of political differences on policy. It just isn't. I mean, I remind him, Representative Greene in January 2019, on her social media, liked a comment that advocated a bullet to the head of the Speaker of the House. That doesn't bother you? That doesn't give you pause? Because there's a whole bunch of those kinds of posts on her social media. Is there anything that is so awful that will give you pause? I mean, we heard Ms. Greene, she came down here, and we heard 10 minutes of whataboutism and conspiracy, and comparing QAnon journalists to, and comparing American journalists to violent QAnon extremists. Basically saying it's not her fault, it's everybody else's fault. not taking personal responsibility, and really not apologizing for any of these really offensive things. And so this is one of these moments of truth as to, what do we think about this institution? I mean, I really do think this is a vote about the integrity of this institution and about upholding a standard of decency. And quite frankly, we were all hoping you'd do it. You'd do the right thing. But apparently, I think a political decision was made that it's advantageous not to alienate certain types of voters in this country, even if they think the way and they advocate for the policies and ideas that Ms. Greene has put forward. That's what this is about. And I know, I've talked to many of my colleagues on the other side. I know many are very uncomfortable and very offended by what she has said and what she has posted, but apparently not offended or uncomfortable enough to actually take action. And I think that that's unfortunate. I reserve my time.
From Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished Republican whip of the Congress, my good friend, Mr. Scalise from Louisiana.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the gentleman from Oklahoma for yielding. Madam Speaker, I've been clear for a long time that the comments made by Ms. Greene prior to being elected a member of Congress are completely inappropriate. And in fact, I've spoken directly to her to express that. And we had a long conversation, frankly similar to the one that we just heard on the floor a few minutes ago, Madam Speaker, where we heard Ms. Greene herself come and give a full account of things she's done in her past. In fact, at the end, she said, Jesus died on the cross to forgive me of my sins. She's actually held herself to account, as many of us have as well. I wonder if that same new standard that is being talked about today is anticipated to be applied equally by the majority's side of people who have done things egregious and haven't given account, and in fact done those things as sitting members of Congress. Not what happened in 2018, 2019, that we all decry. But Madam Speaker, if the things that happened in 2018 and 2019 were so egregious that they warrant the unprecedented step of removing a member of Congress from all committees by the majority party against someone in the minority party, if that was so egregious, why then did not a single Democrat object to that last week when that issue came before this Congress on this floor and she was added to those committees? This is the resolution that added her to the committees. Not a single Democrat last week, not in 2018 or 19, last week, not a single Democrat objected. But now this new standard seems to be applied. Look, this morning we continued a great tradition in this Congress, the National Prayer Breakfast, where Republicans and Democrats come together and leaders from the entire world come together to pray. Today, things like forgiveness were freely discussed. I want to read chapter 8:7, John 8:7. So, when they continued asking him, he lifted up himself and said unto them, He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her. Madam Speaker, we need to stop casting stones at each other and rise to the level where we're going to start spending every day on this House floor not fighting battles of the past, but fighting for the hard-working families of this country who are counting on us to come together. I ask that the leadership withdraw this resolution, and let's get back to work for the American people. I yield back the balance of my time.
Let me just say to the gentleman who just spoke that, that I do believe that that the standard that we're upholding today should be viewed equally for everybody. If any member of this chamber has advocated for the execution of another member, then I will join, whether they're Democrat or Republican, I will join with everybody here in advocating that they be taken off their committees. I mean, I've said that over and over and over again. I mean, that's, I don't know, I mean, is that a controversial idea that if people advocate that kind of stuff, that somehow we're going to look the other way, or we're going to move on and let's not even talk about it? And I'll remind the gentleman, this is not ancient history. She continues to fundraise off this stuff. Now, you know, I mean, read her social media. I'm sure you do. So, I mean, come on. And, you know, and then I'm a little confused because the gentleman was like saying we shouldn't be doing this today, but we should have done it last week when there was a unanimous consent request to basically move forward a whole bunch of committee assignments, Democrats and Republicans forward. I mean, well, you know, I mean, the deal is if we had taken that down, then a whole bunch of people would be without committee assignments as we speak. We have a lot of work to do to get this economy back on the right track and to crush this virus, especially in the aftermath of the 4 years we've been through. So, I mean, you know, we all want to move forward, we all want to move on, but you can't move forward unless there's some accounting here, unless there's some reckoning with what all of this means. And I would think that for the sake of this institution, I mean, if we want to uphold a standard of decency in this institution, then we'll all come together on this. I mean, what we just heard from Ms. Greene was not an apology. And if that was the speech that was given last night in the Republican conference, I guess my question would be, and that got a standing ovation? I didn't hear an apology for the incredibly dangerous and hurtful remarks that she's made. I didn't hear an explanation for, you know, why she's still fundraising off of off of these terrible things here. So, I don't know what my colleagues found so convincing, but I stand here today still deeply, deeply troubled and offended by the things that she has posted and the things that she has said, and still not taking responsibility for, and still not apologize for it. And the idea of coming to the floor and basically saying, well, it's the media's fault, it's this person's fault or that person's fault, and that the American media is equivalent to the violent QAnon extremists, well, I got to tell you, heard everything, then you hear that. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Just quickly for the record, so my friend knows, the resolution that the whip was referring to, Mr. Cleese was referring to last night, or just a few minutes ago, only concerned Republicans. So if you wanted to object to Republicans, that's what you could have done. Didn't involve Democrats at all. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to amend House rules to state that any resolution proposing to remove a member from a committee assignment shall not be in order unless offered by or with the concurrence of the leader of the party of the member of the subject of the resolution. Madam Speaker, this speaks to a norm of basic fairness that today's resolution does not comply with. In the past, the majority has never attempted to exercise a veto over the minority's committee assignments, nor has the minority ever attempted to do the same to the majority. This has been, in the past, an unwritten rule, a norm of the House has adhered to in order to protect the operations of the institution. But the majority's actions today threatens that norm and threatens to set off a new round of escalating partisan punishment anytime the majority changes hands. Enshrining historical practice as a new rule is an important step to protect the institution as a whole. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record, along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge a no vote on the previous question and reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection, the gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I just want to respond by saying to the gentleman, we have been waiting. We've been members now for over a month in this new Congress, and we've been waiting for action. I guess we got the answer last night. a standing ovation for somebody who has said and posted what Ms. Greene has said and posted. I mean, that's the response. So we've waited, and now we are going to move forward with this action. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Well, just in response to my good friend, to yield myself such time as I may consume, I was actually there. So, number one, she didn't get a standing ovation for things that she'd said. She got a standing ovation for regretting things that she had said and saying she'd been wrong and saying and denouncing QAnon and denouncing school shootings. That's what she got the standing ovation for. So my friend didn't have the opportunity to hear that. I just wanted to take the opportunity to inform him. I would advise my friend I'm prepared to close whenever he is.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in closing, I oppose the rule. Never before in the history of this institution has the majority attempted to exercise a veto over the minority's right to make committee assignments. Yet today, the majority is choosing to do just that. This leads the institution down a dangerous path, the end of which we cannot see. Madam Speaker, there are alternative paths open that I believe the House should consider. We owe it to ourselves and to the institution to do so. Before we strip a member of her committees, before that person, for remarks the person made before they were subject to the official rules of conduct of the House, maybe we ought to have a discussion about that if we're going to extend that in a way that we never have before in the institution. I'm not necessarily against that, by the way. I think that's a worthy topic. I also think if we're going to strip a member before they've ever served on a committee, they ought to have an opportunity to tell their side of the story in a judicious proceeding. Our Ethics Committee has resolved a lot of knotty issues in a very bipartisan way, and not with the members escaping punishment. So to say we've asked for nothing, it be done, it's quite the opposite. We've said, let's go to the Ethics Commission. Let's hash through these tough issues of changing the scope of the official conduct provisions of the House that apply to members. Let's talk about whether or not it's appropriate for the majority to actually try to dictate the people that the minority puts on committee. And finally, let's give a member that we accuse of something an opportunity to make his or her case. That's what we've asked for, and that's what the majority has chosen not to do. I think, Madam Speaker, it's a dangerous mistake. It's a mistake that, frankly, when the majority changes, the temptation will be overwhelming for members to say, oh, well, there's a member I didn't like or said something or did something I didn't like. As a member, I think I'm just going to take that committee assignment away. I can give you a list of people that have done things that I think are inappropriate on both sides of the aisle, quite frankly. But we've never done that here, and I don't think we should start doing that here. So all we've asked for is a process, an ethics commission discussion. We think that is the appropriate way to proceed. So, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, no on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this is a very serious matter, and I appreciate my ranking member, Mr. Cole, for the way he conducts himself, because I know he cares deeply about this institution, and he knows that I admire him greatly. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, was on the floor, and he quoted the Bible. And I've read the Bible, too, I want to inform the gentleman. And I believe in the Jesuit tradition. Apology is not just words, it's action. And I didn't hear Ms. Greene do that today. I heard a lot of whataboutisms, but I didn't hear her take responsibility, nor did I hear her apologize for some of the most egregious things that she's posted and said. I also have to point out for the record, because I think this is important, I'm not convinced her memory is 100% accurate here on some things. She said she'd hear just now, and she spoke to the whole chamber, she said she didn't discuss QAnon during her campaign. But last July, she said in a local interview, and I quote, "I've only ever seen patriotic sentiment coming out of that source," end quote. And she wouldn't answer if she was still a follower. So I'm a little confused that she's now trying to denounce QAnon, but yet she said recently that they're patriots. Never seen anything other than patriotic sentiment coming out of that source. QAnon is a dangerous, sick cult, period. And nobody, certainly nobody in this chamber, should ever, in any way, shape, or form, try to associate themselves with them. They're not patriotic individuals. They are pushing sick, dangerous, violent conspiracy theories. Many of the people who attacked this chamber on January 6th had their QAnon flags and insignias. So give me a break. You know, I don't know what it's going to take for some here to act, and I will just repeat what I said earlier. I don't know what the hell happened to the Republican Party. The party of Lincoln, the party of Eisenhower, the party of Reagan is becoming the party of Marjorie Taylor Greene, and the party of violent conspiracy theories. If anyone has any question about the things that she has said or done, anybody who's watching, you know, just spend a moment and look at her social media posts. Don't take my word for it. You know, go research it for yourself. Google it. It's all there. They go well beyond anything that we have seen from any member in this body. Encouraging violence against another member. Posting and saying that 9/11 was a hoax. That school shootings were planned by gun safety advocates. Spreading anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim conspiracies and hate speech. It's all there. We're not just saying this, it's there. Now, I'm a big believer in the ethics committee process, but I don't need an investigation to tell me what I can read with my own eyes. The only question is this: what are we going to do about it? Just as there was bipartisan agreement that Congressman King had no business on a committee, there should be bipartisan agreement that Congresswoman Greene doesn't either. The only reason this is taking a resolution on the floor today is that Leader McCarthy is unwilling to apply that same standard here. A stern conversation is not enough. We aren't talking about expulsion here today, you know, though some think that that is warranted, but that's not what we're talking about. We are deciding whether someone who has encouraged violence against members should be given a platform on a standing committee. That's what the topic is here today. And I have to say, I didn't even know that was a question. I assumed the answer was obvious, but apparently it is not to some here. Inaction is complicity, Madam Speaker. We must set a standard of conduct in this institution and ensure that the violence, conspiracy theories, and the lies that we see on the darkest corners of the internet don't get a platform on a standing committee here in the House of Representatives. I hope my colleagues will vote their conscience. I hope my colleagues will do what is right for the institution. This is about the institution, about who we are. And again, for the life of me, I don't understand what is complicated here. You know, what is giving people hesitation? We know the result of these violent conspiracy theorists. We saw that on January 6th. We know what it leads to. I don't ever want to see that again. And we all should make clear where we stand on this. And so, you know, coming here, Congresswoman Greene coming here and speaking for 10 minutes and not taking responsibility for any of this stuff, trying to make us believe that she doesn't believe in QAnon anymore when we now have, we just pointed to an interview that was fairly recent. Not apologizing for the most egregious comments that she has posted. I mean, we have to be better than this. We have to, this can't be the future. And I'm hoping that we will get a bipartisan vote here. I'm hoping that, because I do think, as I said before, a strong bipartisan vote on this, what a refreshing signal that would be to the American people, that all of us together are standing up against hate, against violence, against conspiracy theories, that we're together on this. This shouldn't be hard. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and I move the previous question of the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
On that, I would ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
Will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on ordering the previous question. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yea on the motion to move the previous question, H, Resolution 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
So when it gets a little bit more stacked up, I'll very politely ask you to hold on a second for Teresa to input them and for Joe to read them.
Okay, so we're good now.
Yeah, we're good now.
California.
Correct.
Yes.
You'll see like a stack of green cards.
Purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Roybal Allard, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Roybal Allard will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes. He will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada,
is funny.
pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Gentleman from Maryland seek recognition.
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Billy Long of Missouri, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on the previous question to H.Res. 91, and as the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on the previous question to H.Res. 91.
Mr. Lynch, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Meng, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be a no on the previous question. I yield back.
On ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be a no on the previous question. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on ordering the previous question. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 209. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Speaker,
Gentleman from Oklahoma.
on that I would request the yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. So for what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on H-Res 91.
So I got here at 2 o'clock. It's only 2:28. I feel like I've been here for a long time.
It feels like they take forever.
Yeah. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on H-Res 91. And as the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 965, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on H-Res 91. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on H-Res 91.
Nothing below. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on House Resolution 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on H-Res 91. As the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote yea on H-Res 91. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote yes on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on House Res 92.
Would the gentleman from Indiana repeat his statement again?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on House Res 92.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H-Res 91. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on H-Res 91. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote yes on H-Res 91. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on H-Res 91. As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on H-Res 91. And as the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be a no vote on the adoption of HRes 91. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform you that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on the motion agreeing to the resolution.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. John Larson pursuant to HRes 8 of the state of Connecticut, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote yes on HRes 91. As the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yea on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes. He will vote yes on HRes 91. As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on HRes 91. As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote aye on HRes 91. As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on HRes 91. As the member designated by Mr. Vela pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote aye on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on HRes 91. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on HRes 91. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Roybal Allard, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Roybal Allard will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRes, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRes 91. As the member designated Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRes 91. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on HRes 91. As the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on HRes 91. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier vote yes on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on H-Res 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H-Res 91.
All right, guys. We are well past the Marjorie Taylor Greene phase of this live stream. So what we're going to do is we are going to listen to Joe Biden's speech at the State Department today. It just finished, but it is a very, very important speech. And we'll come back to Congress if anything happens here. Enjoy.
Mr. Secretary, it's great to be here with you. And I've been looking forward a long time to be able to call you Mr. Secretary. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be back at the State Department under the eyes of the first American chief diplomat, Benjamin Franklin. And by the way, I want you all to know in the press, I was the Benjamin Franklin Professor of Presidential Politics at Penn. And I thought they did that because I was as old as he was, but I guess not. Anyway, all kidding aside, it's great to be here and stand alongside our most recent senior diplomat, Secretary Tony Blinken. Mr. Mr. Secretary, thank you for welcoming us today. We've worked together for over 20 years. Your diplomatic skills are respected equally by your friends and our competitors around the world. And they know when you speak for me. And so is the message I want the world to hear today. America is back. America is back. Diplomacy is back at the center of our foreign policy. As I said in my inaugural address, we will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again, not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's. American leadership must meet this new moment of advancing authoritarianism, including the growing ambitions of China to rival the United States and the determination of Russia to damage and disrupt our democracy. We must meet the new moment accelerating global challenges, from the pandemic to the climate crisis to nuclear proliferation, challenging the will only to be solved by nations working together and in common. We can't do it alone. That must be we must start with diplomacy, rooted in America's most cherished democratic values, defending freedom, championing opportunity, upholding universal rights, respecting the rule of law, and treating every person with dignity. That's the grounding wire of our global policy, our global power. That's our inexhaustible source of strength. That's America's abiding advantage. Though many of these values have come under intense pressure in recent years, even pushed to the brink in the last few weeks, the American people are going to emerge from this moment stronger, more determined, and better equipped to unite the world in fighting to defend democracy, because we have fought for it ourselves. Over the past few days, we've been in close cooperation with our allies and partners to bring together the international community to address the military coup in Burma. I've also been in touch with Leader McConnell to discuss our shared concerns about the situation in Burma, and we are united in our resolve. There can be no doubt, in a democracy, force should never seek to overrule the will of the people or attempt to erase the outcome of a credible election. The Burmese military should relinquish power they have seized, release the advocates and activists and officials they have detained, lift the restrictions on telecommunications, and refrain from violence. As I said earlier this week, we will work with our partners to support restoration of democracy and the rule of law and impose consequences on those responsible. Over the past 2 weeks, I've spoken with the leaders of many of our closest friends: Canada, Mexico, the UK, Germany, France, NATO, Japan, South Korea, Australia, to reforming the habits of cooperation and rebuilding the muscle of democratic alliances that have atrophied over the past few years of neglect and, I would argue, abuse. American alliances are our greatest asset, and leading with diplomacy means standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies and key partners once again. By leading with diplomacy, we must also mean engaging our adversaries and our competitors diplomatically, where it's in our interest, and advance the security of the American people. That's why yesterday the United States and Russia agreed to extend the New START treaty for 5 years to preserve the only remaining treaty between our countries safeguarding nuclear stability. At the same time, I made it clear to President Putin, in a manner very different from my predecessor, that the days of the United States rolling over in the face of Russia's aggressive actions, interfering with our elections, cyber attacks, poisoning its citizens, are over. We will not hesitate to raise the cost on Russia and defend our vital interest and our people. And we will be more effective in dealing with Russia when we work in coalition and coordination with other like-minded partners. The politically motivated jailing of Alexei Navalny and the Russian efforts to suppress freedom of expression and peaceful assembly are a matter of deep concern to us and the international community. Mr. Navalny, like all Russian citizens, is entitled to his rights under the Russian Constitution. He's been targeted for exposing corruption. He should be released immediately and without condition. We'll also take on directly the challenges posed by our prosperity, security, and democratic values by our most serious competitor, China. We'll confront China's economic abuses, counter its aggressive, coercive action to push back on China's attack on human rights, intellectual property, and global governance. But we are ready to work with Beijing when it's in America's interest to do so. We will compete from a position of strength by building back better at home, working with our allies and partners, renewing our role in international institutions, and reclaiming our credibility and moral authority, much of which has been lost. That's why we moved quickly to begin restoring American engagement internationally and earn back our leadership position, to catalyze global action on shared challenges. On day one, I signed the paperwork to rejoin the Paris Climate Agreement. We're taking steps led by an example of integrating climate objectives across all of our diplomacy and raising the ambition of our climate targets. That way we can challenge other nations, other major emitters, to up the ante on their own commitments. I'll be hosting a Climate Leaders Summit to address the climate crisis on Earth Day of this year. America must lead in the face of this existential threat. And just as with the pandemic, it requires global cooperation. We've also re-engaged with the World Health Organization. That way we can build better global preparedness to counter COVID-19, as well as detect and prevent future pandemics, because there will be more. We've elevated the status of cyber issues within our government, including appointing the first Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technology. We're launching an urgent initiative to improve our capability, readiness, and resilience in cyberspace. Today, I'm announcing additional steps to course-correct our foreign policy and better unite our democratic values with our diplomatic leadership. To begin, Defense Secretary Austin will be leading a global posture review of our forces so that our military footprint is appropriately aligned with our foreign policy and national security priorities. It will be coordinated across all elements of our national security, with Secretary Austin and Secretary Blinken working in close cooperation. And while this review is taking place, we'll be stopping any planned troop withdrawals from Germany. We're also stepping up our diplomacy to end the war in Yemen, a war which has created a humanitarian and strategic catastrophe. I've asked my Middle East team to ensure our support for the United Nations-led initiative to impose a ceasefire, open humanitarian challenge, and restore long-dormant peace talks. This morning, Secretary Blinken appointed Tim Lenderking, a career foreign policy officer, as our special envoy to the Yemen conflict, and I appreciate him doing this. Tim has lifelong experience in the region, and he'll work with the UN envoy and all parties to the conflict to push for a diplomatic resolution. And Tim's diplomacy will be bolstered by USAID working to ensure that humanitarian aid is reaching the Yemeni people who are suffering unendurable devastation. This war has to end. And to underscore our commitment, we are ending all American support for offensive operations in the war in Yemen, including relevant arms sales. At the same time, Saudi Arabia faces missile attacks, UAV strikes, and other threats from Iranian-supplied forces in multiple countries. We're going to continue to support and help Saudi Arabia defend its sovereignty and its territorial integrity and its people. We also face a crisis of more than 80 million displaced people suffering all around the world. The United States' moral leadership on refugee issues was a point of bipartisan consensus for so many decades when I first got here. We shine the lamp of liberty on oppressed people. We offered safe havens for those fleeing violence or persecution. And our example pushed other nations to open wide their doors as well. So today, I'm approving an executive order to begin the hard work of restoring our refugee admissions program to help meet the unprecedented global need. It's going to take time to rebuild what has been so badly damaged, but that's precisely what we're going to do. This executive order will position us to be able to raise the refugee admissions back up to 125,000 persons for the first full fiscal year of the Biden-Harris administration. And I'm directing the State Department to consult with Congress about making a down payment on that commitment as soon as possible. And to further repair our moral leadership, I'm also issuing a presidential memo to agencies to reinvigorate our leadership on the LGBTQI issues and do it internationally. You know, we'll ensure diplomacy and foreign assistance are working to promote the rights of those individuals, included by combating criminalization and protecting the LGBTQ refugees and asylum seekers. And finally, to successfully reassert our diplomacy and keep Americans safe, prosperous, and free, we must restore the health and morale of our foreign policy institutions. I want the people who work in this building and our embassies and consulates around the world to know I value your expertise and I respect you, and I will have your back. This administration is going to empower you to do your jobs, not target or politicize you. We want a rigorous debate that brings all perspectives and makes room for dissent. That's how we'll get the best possible policy outcomes. So with your help, the United States will again lead, not just by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. That's why my administration has already taken the important step to live our domestic values at home, our democratic values at home. Within hours of taking office, I signed an executive order overturning the hateful, discriminatory Muslim ban, reversed the ban on transgender individuals serving in our military. As part of our commitment to truth, transparency, and accountability, we stated on day one, we started in day one with daily briefings of the press from the White House. We've reinstituted regular briefings here at State and at the Pentagon. We believe a free press isn't an adversary. Rather, it's essential. A free press is essential to the health of a democracy. We've restored our commitment to science and to create policies grounded in facts and evidence. I suspect Ben Franklin would approve. We've taken steps to acknowledge and address systemic racism and the scourge of white supremacy in our own country. Racial equity will not just be an issue for one department in our administration. It has to be the business of the whole of government and all our federal policies and institutions. All this matters to foreign policy because when we host the Summit of Democracies early in my administration, to rally the nations of the world to defend democracy globally, to push back the authoritarianism as advanced, we'll be a much more credible partner because of these efforts to shore up our own foundations. There's no longer a bright line between foreign and domestic policy. Every action we take in our conduct abroad, we must take with American working families in mind. Advancing a foreign policy for the middle class demands urgent focus on our domestic economic renewal. And that's why I immediately put forth the American Rescue Plan to pull us out of this economic crisis. That's why I signed an executive order strengthening our Buy American policies last week. And it's also why I work with Congress to make far-reaching investments in research and development of transformational technologies. These investments are going to create jobs, maintain America's competitive edge globally, and ensure all Americans share in the dividends. If we invest in ourselves and our people, if we fight to ensure that American businesses are positioned to compete and win on the global stage, if the rules of international trade aren't stacked against us, if our workers and intellectual property are protected, then there's no country on earth, not China or any other country on earth, that can match us. Investing in our diplomacy isn't something we do just because it's the right thing to do for the world. We do it in order to live in peace, security, and prosperity. We do it because it's in our own naked self-interest. When we strengthen our alliances, we amplify our power, as well as our ability to disrupt threats before they can reach our shores. When we invest in economic development of countries, we create new markets for our products and reduce the likelihood of instability, violence, and mass migrations. When we strengthen health systems in far regions of the world, we reduce the risk of future pandemics that could threaten our people and our economy. When we defend equal rights of people the world over, of women and girls, LGBTQ individuals, indigenous communities, and people with disabilities, the people of every ethnic background and religion, we also ensure that those rights are protected for our own children here in America. America cannot afford to be absent any longer on the world stage. I come today to the State Department, an agency as old and as storied as the nation itself, because diplomacy has always been essential to how America writes its own destiny. For the diplomacy of Ben Franklin helped assure the success of our revolution. The vision of the Marshall Plan helped prevent the world from foundering on the wreckage of war. And the passions of Eleanor Roosevelt declared the audacious idea of universal rights that belong to all. The leadership of diplomats of every stripe doing the daily work of engagement created the very idea of a free and interconnected world. We are a country that does big things. American diplomacy makes it happen, and our administration is ready to take up the mantle and lead once again. Thank you all. May God bless you and protect our troops, our diplomats, and our development experts, and all Americans serving in harm's way. Going this way. Thank you all.
Great. Well, that was Joe Biden giving a very influential and impactful speech, talking tough on Russia, tough on China, and vowing to end the war in Yemen. So we are going to get back to Congress now. Here we are. Enjoy.
On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Would move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is not adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I would
Gentleman
ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote no. He will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote no. He will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote no on the motion to adjourn. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Larson of Connecticut pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Vela pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yes on the motion to adjourn. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote no on the motion to adjourn. And as the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote yes on the motion to adjourn. As a member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote yes on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
What purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote nay on the motion to adjourn. The member designated by Chairwoman Karen Maloney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote nay on the motion to adjourn.
Massachusetts, pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Hand will vote yes on the motion to adjourn. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Hand will vote no on the, okay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hand of Massachusetts, pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Hand will vote no on the motion to recommit. I mean, the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
A gentleman from Pennsylvania, actually.
Pennsylvania.
As a member designated by Mr. Amadei, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the motion to adjourn. And as the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote nay on the motion to adjourn. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote nay on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
The gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform that House that Congressmember Roybal Allard will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 218. The motion is not adopted. For what purpose?
So do I still.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida, Ms. Deutsch, seek recognition?
Pursuant to House Resolution 91, I call up House Resolution 72 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 72, resolution removing a certain member from certain standing committees of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to House Resolution 91, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Ethics. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch, and the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Woloski, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of House Resolution 72. In 2019, the FBI warned that, Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
Members, can we have order in the House? Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
In 2019, the FBI warned that anti-government, identity-based, and fringe political conspiracy theories are very likely to motivate some domestic extremists to commit criminal and sometimes violent activity. In October last year, this House voted nearly unanimously to condemn QAnon conspiracy theories because they encourage the rejection of objective reality, deepen political polarization, and undermine trust in our democratic institutions, but also because they have inspired real-world violence, bomb threats, vandalism, kidnapping, terrorism, murder, and insurrection. Congressman Greene of Georgia has a long history of amplifying dangerous conspiracy theories online and threatening violent, racist, Islamophobic, and anti-Semitic conduct. House Resolution 72 will ensure that Ms. Greene's conduct is not rewarded with seats on two important committees. The Congresswoman has said that American citizens who practiced Islam, quote, do not belong in our government and they should stay in their country. Mr. Speaker, this is their country and it is their government as much as any Americans. Ms. Greene has trafficked in dangerous anti-Semitic lies about the Rothschild family, George Soros, Zionist supremacists, and secret Jewish plots. Well, over millennia, because of baseless, ugly lies, millions of Jews have been hated, targeted, expelled from their countries, violently attacked, killed, and exterminated, because words lead to action and death. Ms. Greene claimed the mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut that killed 26 people, including 26 and 7-year-old kids, was staged. She claimed the Las Vegas shooting that killed 60 people and injured over 800 was an orchestrated attempt to weaken gun rights, and she claimed the shooting at Marjorie Taylor and Douglas High School was a false flag event and called the survivors crisis actors. Mr. Speaker, the 17 people who never came home from school in Parkland on February 14th, 2018 were my constituents. Their family's pain is real, and it is felt every single day. Yesterday, parents of children slain at Sandy Hook, Mark Barden, Daniel's dad, and Nicole Hockley, Dylan's mom, wrote a letter to Leader McCarthy to share how these conspiracy theories impact their families. These vicious lies deny the deaths of our murdered children and bring death threats and constant harassment to our doors and our surviving children. In 2019, Ms. Greene created a White House petition to impeach Speaker Pelosi for treason, emphasizing that it is punishable by death. And she liked a Facebook comment stating that, and I quote, "A bullet to the head would be a quicker way to remove Speaker Nancy Pelosi." In a video statement from December 31st, 2018, Ms. Greene called on her followers to storm Washington, D.C. in what sounds today like a prescient forecast of last month's deadly insurrection. Flood the Capitol, flood all the government buildings, go inside. We can end it, we can do it peacefully, we can. I hope we don't have to do it the other way, but we should feel like we will if we have to. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what happened. Conspiracy theories and hate are malignant. They do not fade away. We must stand up to them and say enough. Ms. Greene has promised that she will never apologize. Well, we are here today because Republican leadership has decided to embrace and elevate Ms. Greene. They've rewarded her with a seat on the committee of this House that has responsibility for teaching our children the truth and giving them a safe place to learn it. 2 years ago, the Republican speaker spoke on this floor very strongly saying, quote, "I will pledge to you this from this side of the aisle, and I hope you understand this clearly, any hatred, we take action." And Mr. McCarthy did take action, but it wasn't condemnation, it was elevation, appointing her to committee seats. That's why it's necessary to put this resolution to a vote for every member of this body, because this House must take action. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and remove Representative Greene of Georgia from her positions on the Committee on Education and Labor and the Committee on Budget, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. I absolutely reject racism, anti-Semitism, and bigotry. I condemn conspiracy theories and calls for violence. I do not in any way condone these reprehensible views. I am not here today to defend any comments made by Representative Greene, whether as a private citizen, candidate, or member of Congress. I am here today to defend the precedent set by years of the majority and minority parties coexisting in this body. And I am here today to defend the House Ethics Committee, on which I serve as a ranking member. House Resolution 72 is nothing more than a partisan power grab. At a critical time when the majority party itself repeatedly calls for unity as our path forward, bringing a majority resolution to the floor to remove a minority member from her committee assignments is wrong and unprecedented. Referring such a resolution to the House Ethics Committee is unprecedented. Referring such a resolution to the House Ethics Committee and then completely bypassing the committee's role is unprecedented. On this floor today, we are witnessing one more effort to consolidate power with the majority party and diminish the rights of the minority. This is not the first power grab effort by this majority in Congress. Earlier this year, the Democrats destroyed over 100 years of representation in Congress and effectively eliminated the only tool that safeguarded the minority's voice, the motion to recommit. And they are doing it again today with House Resolution 72. In the last 20 years, several members have been removed from their committee duties. Members on both sides of the aisle have been removed, and for various reasons. But those reasons and that decision was always made by the member's party leadership or party's membership. Even if the decision to remove a member was followed with a voice vote on the House floor, the decision itself was made by that member's caucus following weeks of public and private infighting. Last week, the Republican conference met to discuss statements made by Representative Greene last night prior to her serving in Congress. We listened to Representative Greene. She made similar statements as she did on the floor today. She assured the conference that her prior statements did not reflect her views today as a member of this body. The Democratic majority claims the Republican conference hasn't acted, but that simply isn't true. The conference just hasn't done what the Democrats want it to do. Regardless, the majority has brought this unprecedented resolution before the House today. The majority party could have brought this matter directly to the floor as a privileged question, and the question of removal would have been a swift vote on the floor. Instead, the majority referred the resolution to the Ethics Committee to then immediately and completely bypass the Ethics Committee and its functions by bringing this resolution directly to the floor. Involving the committee, then to only bypass the committee, violates the collegial and bipartisan manner by which the Ethics Committee should operate. This is my second term serving on the Ethics Committee, and I was looking forward to working with Chairman Deutsch in a collegial and bipartisan manner. You see, the Committee on Ethics is unique. It's the only standing House committee with equal numbers of Democrat and Republican members, 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans. There is a reason that neither party holds a majority on this committee, and that reason is to avoid one party or the other weaponizing the committee's purpose for use in a political and partisan fashion. The committee has publicly warned of this risk before. In 2012, following a particularly contentious investigation, the committee publicly expressed the necessity of bipartisanship, bipartisan cooperation within the committee leadership. The committee stated, quote, "Unlike any other committee, this committee avoids partisan legislative concerns and policies and must have bipartisan cooperation for the committee to fulfill its constitutional mandate to police the members, officers, and employees of this House. That mission calls upon members to step out of their partisan framework and approach the work of the committee without regard to their party. It's our recommendation for any member that serves on this committee that he or she constantly evaluate their actions on the committee to ensure they are living up to the highest standards of this committee," close quote. Today, we do not see the Ethics Committee's leadership upholding the highest standards of bipartisan cooperation. We don't see today the chair and ranking member presenting a resolution on the House floor together. At the end of each Congress, the committee issues a report detailing the activities of the committee during the Congress. For each Congress Chairman Deutsch has served on ethics, the committee has worked in a collegial and bipartisan manner. To be able to state for the 113th, 114th, 115th, and 116th Congress, all votes taken in the investigative subcommittees were unanimous. This stack of reports represents all the hard work the committee has completed in the last 4 Congresses. All of this work of the committee completed by its sitting members, the members who were asked to serve in the investigative subcommittees, and the committee's professional and nonpartisan staff was accomplished in bipartisan cooperation. In fact, Chairman Deutsch himself recognized in the committee report for the 116th Congress that, quote, "All of the committee's work is made possible by the committee's talented professional, nonpartisan staff. The members of the committee wish to acknowledge their hard work and dedication to the committee and the House. In addition, the committee wishes to thank its departing members for their service and for their thoughtfulness and collegiality they showed during their time on the committee," close quote. As you can see, the work on the Ethics Committee is extensive. In the 116th Congress alone, the committee commenced or continued investigative fact-finding gatherings for 50 separate investigative matters, impaneled 6 investigative committees, and filed 5 reports with the House totaling over 3,300 pages regarding various investigative matters. These tasks were agreed to by the chair and the ranking member of the committee. In fact, the phrase itself, chair and ranking minority member, appears 38 times in the committee rules. The Ethics Committee operates effectively because it's consensus-driven, with decisions made jointly by the chair and the ranking member. But that's not what's happening today on this floor. The current chair and ranking member have not received a complaint and determined whether the information meets the requirements of the committee rules. The current chair and the ranking member have not jointly gathered information concerning this alleged conduct. Until yesterday's rules hearing, the chair and the ranking member had not had a single conversation regarding Representative Greene. As I stated earlier, involving the committee then to only bypass its function violates the spirit of how this unique committee operates. Once a majority determined that the Ethics Committee was the place for the resolution, it should have allowed the committee to consider the issues properly. I know our colleagues want to see the Ethics Committee function effectively and not to be used as a partisan political weapon on a manipulated platform. If the Ethics Committee is to consider reviewing statements made by members of Congress before they were sworn in, then the matter should come before the Ethics Committee in a way that complies with committee rules, preserves the bipartisanship intended, and allows the committee to make legal conclusions and factual determinations in a collegial environment. All I ask is that we let the committee work as it's supposed to effectively serve this body. To do so, the majority would have to withdraw this resolution. If it chooses, pursue the matter properly through the Ethics Committee. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I also know my Republican colleagues purport not to defend any of Representative Greene's hateful statements or reprehensible conduct. Instead, rely on process. The appeals to process should be recognized for what they are, an effort to shield her from her accountability for this egregious language and actions. And with that, I yield to my friend and colleague from South Florida who has come to know the families from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas as well as I, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the sponsor of this resolution.
For how much time?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise to support H.R. 72, legislation I never hoped to author. My resolution would remove Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee assignments. We've already heard a lot today about precedents, so let me explain the precedent which brought us here. Congresswoman Greene advocated for the execution of a leader of this House. She advocated for the execution of former President Obama. She encouraged violence against law enforcement and has a long record of racist, anti-Semitic, and Islamophobic comments. She spread cruel conspiracy theories, even claiming the horrific mass school shootings in Sandy Hook and Parkland were staged, and even stalked a young survivor of one of those tragedies, calling him a coward. These are unprecedented comments and actions by a member. No one else on this floor has called for violence against other members and law enforcement. Only one member has done that and refused to back down, and that is the real precedent we are dealing with today. We have also heard about regrettable conduct before taking office, a so-called statute of limitations on bad behavior. Prior to her floor remarks this afternoon, Congresswoman Greene spent this entire week doubling down on her promotion of violence, bigotry, and conspiracy theories. Her response to her critics just yesterday was, "I won't back down, I'll never apologize." We have also heard today about revenge and whataboutism. Greene herself threatened that when Republicans wield the gavel, Democrats will face a similar fate. And if a Democrat promotes violence against members and peddles dangerous lies and conspiracy theories, then refuses to renounce them, and our caucus refuses to police it, then punishment would be in order. That's the reality of what we're dealing with today with Congresswoman Greene. We are dealing with conduct that brings shame on this House, and a pointed refusal to denounce or internally police it by Republicans. Congresswoman Greene's past support and present reaffirmation for violence, intimidation, lies, and racism is dangerous. It is exactly the kind of conduct that helps fuel domestic terrorism. Mr. Speaker, I don't take this threat of violence lightly. 2 years ago, a pipe bomb, one of 16 sent around the country in my name, sat in my district office for more than 24 hours, with my staff handling and moving around it before anyone knew or told them it possibly contained an explosive device. None of my staff signed up for that kind of threat. No one should be terrorized at work. But what delivered that bomb to my office was not just one disturbed man. It was the culmination of endless lies, conspiracy theories, and hate that drove someone to violently attack his political rivals. We all saw that unfold again with deadly consequences here in the Capitol on January 6th. We can't afford to have this kind of violent threat continue, and certainly not from someone in this very House. This is not about whether we find Marjorie Taylor Greene's speech offensive. This is not, the point here is that she has promoted and advocated violence. Denying her a seat at committee tables where fact-based policies will be debated and crafted is an appropriate punishment and restraint of her influence. Congresswoman Greene chose a dangerous and harmful path into this House, one filled with deliberate lies that fomented violence. Once elected and seated here as a sitting member, she then also chose not only to stand by, but affirm those words and actions. A deathbed, mild walkback of a couple of wild conspiracy theories just moments ago is not enough to prevent her future harm. Importantly, there was no apology for hurt and harm caused, and she did not express regret for the stalking of a teenage mass shooting victim, nor for life-threatening statements she made or promoted against the leader of this House, and so much more. Now that she's made her choices, the House must limit the future harm and violence that she can invite on this body. The deceptive, inflammatory conduct that fuels such violence cannot be tolerated anywhere, certainly not in this House. We can take an important step toward restoring integrity, security, decorum, and truth in this House by removing Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee assignments. While it is an action we do not take lightly, it is the necessary course of action in the face of her extraordinary behavior that is unbecoming of a member of Congress. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the Republican leader, Mr. McCarthy.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to House Resolution 72. This resolution sets a dangerous new standard that will only deepen divisions within this House. For all their talk about norms and institutions, it's the Democrats who've acted to undermine the people's House at every turn. Let's check the record. Afraid for their political careers, they have moved to shut down debate and silence dissent in committee and on this floor. They went so far as to eliminate the motion to recommit, the minority party's only chance to offer an amendment, which stood for over a century until this year. They have rushed impeachments through without a shred of due process, just like today, reducing this tool from the highest constitutional remedy to just another opportunity to fundraise and go on TV. And now they are declaring the majority has veto power over the minority's members' selections for committee. Now, we have reviewed this with the parliamentarian. Never before in the history of this House has the majority abused its power in this way. Never. In the entire history of this House have you ever abused the power in this way. But it's clear Speaker Pelosi's caucus thinks differently. They're blinded by partisanship and politics. And it's the American people who will suffer the most because of it. As for the member in question, let me be very clear. Representative Greene's past comments and posts as a private citizen do not represent the values of my party. As a Republican, as a conservative, as an American, I condemn those views unequivocally. I condemned them when they first surfaced, and I condemn them today. This House overwhelmingly voted to condemn the dangerous lies of QAnon last Congress and continue to do so. I made this clear when I met with Representative Greene. I also made clear that we as members have a responsibility to hold ourselves to a higher standard. She acknowledged this during our conversation and apologized for her past comments. I will hold her to her words and her actions moving forward. But because these comments caused such deep wounds, I offered Leader Hoyer a path to lower the temperature and address these concerns in a productive way. I offered to remove Representative Greene from Ed and Labor, but it was rejected. It was rejected. Now, privately, I've had calls from many Democrats acknowledging what they're doing is wrong. They understand that this partisan power grab is not only cynical, it's hypocritical. If this is the new standard, I look forward to continuing out the standard. Because if you look for a side that has a leadership that's done something when their members do something as a member, not prior, look to me. Because I did just that. But when a Democrat freshman said, Israel has hypnotized the world, that supporting Israel is all about the Benjamins, and that 9/11, some people did something. Did Speaker Pelosi kick her off Foreign Affairs Committee? Or did she keep her on the committee and even pose with her on the cover of a magazine? That's right. Will the standard change? When another Democrat was compromised by a Chinese spy, that it was so serious that the FBI had to brief the congressional leaders, did Speaker Pelosi remove him from the House Intelligence or Homeland Security committees after the briefing? I'm the only other person that had that same briefing just recently. I was in the room with the Speaker. I heard what was said. I'll be very clear. I would never have that member on either of those committees. Or did she reward him by making him the head of the subcommittee overseeing the CIA? I guess there's different standards. When the chairman of the Rules Committee objected to certifying the 2016 election, citing Russian interference, did Speaker Pelosi censure him? How about when the chairwoman of the Financial Service Committee told supporters at a rally in 2017? She was a member then, unlike the person we're talking about today. If you see anyone from the cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out. You create a crowd. You push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anywhere with anyone anymore. After she called for violence against public servants, did Speaker Pelosi condemn it? Or did she look the other way and make her chairwoman again? I don't know if you want to amend this one and add others so you can keep your standard. The answer is obvious. While Democrats attack Congresswoman Greene, they not only ignore the infractions within their own party, they reward these members with prestige and influence. When it comes time to vote, I expect Democrats will codify this partisan power grab. I would advise them to think twice and pull this resolution from the floor while they still can. I've heard Democrats quote Senator Minority Leader to defend this resolution. I would remind them what Leader McConnell said when Democrats voted to nuke the judicial filibuster. You'll regret this, and you may regret this a lot sooner than you think. If that's the new standard, if people are held to what they are said prior to even being in this House, if majority party gets to decide who sits on what other committees, I hope you keep that standard, because we have a long list you can work within your own. In the end, this resolution is merely a distraction from the real issues. In the last 2 weeks, Democrats have taken just 2 votes, the one today and the one last month on a waiver for a cabinet member. This is the least productive Congress since last year. Amen. I thought that'd be hard to beat. There is nothing for workers who have lost their jobs, including thousands of blue-collar jobs that were eliminated just by a stroke of a pen of President Biden, even laying off the union workers who endorsed him. It's a shame. They need that job. It's a good-paying job. Nobody sat and talked to him before or asked them. They just laid him off. Nothing for students who've been stuck learning from behind screens for nearly a year, even though the administration's CDC director says in-person learning is safe. Nothing to increase the pace of vaccine distributions so we can get them to people who want them and get one step closer to fully reopening this economy. At a time when households are already struggling, Congress should use its window of opportunity to get Americans back to work, get kids back to school, and vaccines for any American who wants it. These are the immediate priorities that deserve our energy and our attention. This is what we would work on if we had the opportunity to be in the majority, or even had the same opportunity that those in the minority had for the last 100 years to offer a motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, a House distracted cannot govern. And we're proving it one more time today. Let's stop trying to invent dangerous and divisive ways to abuse the power of a majority and start working on what really matters. No one supports what was said before a person ever became a member. When a member said something that was inappropriate on this side of the aisle, we removed them from committee because they said it as they were a member. As we list the long list of the standards on the other side, no one ever got removed. They got rewarded. And now, more than 200-year history in this body is going to change. But if it changed as a standard to reach all, I'll be right here with you. If the concern was really what the majority leader said to me about being on Education Committee, I'm the first one to switch it. I actually offered it. That would be appropriate, but not for this majority. They believe something different, and that's wrong. Just as the words that were said were wrong. That member came to this floor to answer those questions. She did it as a member of Congress, not as a private citizen when they were said. I listened to President Biden as I watched him sworn in. I heard the word unity. That's why I reached out as well. If there's concern about education, we can fix that. If there's concern on the other side about working with people who are getting laid off with every stroke of every executive order, I'll work to fix that. If there's concern about getting kids back in school, we'll work on that. If there's concern about getting a vaccine to any American who wants it, we'll work on that. But unfortunately, the majority gets to decide what comes to the floor. And once again, this Congress will get listed as the least productive Congress in history. But the one thing it will have a record of is changing the rules to be one-sided, a long history that I believe this body will be embarrassed by. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Representative McBath.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to my colleague and friend from Florida, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2 weeks, I celebrate the birthday of my son, Jordan. Every year since he was murdered, his birthday brings joyful memories, but profound sadness. 2 years ago, my pain on his birthday turned to horror and grief as I watched students in Parkland, children the same age as my son, run terrified out of their high school. I watched parents read texts from their kids that said, "Mom, if I don't make it back, thank you for everything that you've done for me." I watched as 17 families realized that their lives are never going to be the same. Throughout history, words have shown and have had the power to unite this nation with unity and with hope, or the power to divide with bigotry and hate. Words have an impact on everything that we do here in this chamber, on this hill, in this body. Every action that we take make life better for the American people. This today is about a member's words and actions that are beneath this body, beneath the American people that we have sworn to protect. This is about a member stalking the children of tragedy, attacking survivors, and threatening violence. This is about a member denying the existence of dead children at Sandy Hook Elementary and Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. This moment is about parents across America who now celebrate their child's birthday, just like me. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the gentlelady.
Minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who's next? Who is next? Everyone has said things they wish they didn't say. Everyone has done things they wish they didn't do. So who's next? Who will the cancel culture attack next? Former New York Times editor Barry Weiss, not a conservative, had to resign because of the environment at that paper. She had to resign. She coined this term, the digital Thunderdome. You engage in wrong think, you engage in wrong speak, you're going in the Thunderdome. Today it's Miss Greene. Who's it going to be tomorrow? Who's it going to be tomorrow? I've heard several times on the floor today from the Democrats. Conspiracy theory. The Democrats peddled the biggest conspiracy theory of all time, the Russia hoax.
Amen.
Two of those years, for the last 4 years, they peddled this theory. 2 of those years, they spent $40 million, 19 lawyers, 40 FBI agents, 500 witnesses, 2,500 subpoenas, but came up with zero collusion. Former Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, he was going on television all the time talking about the coordination and the collusion that was going on. But what did he say behind closed doors when he was under oath in the Intelligence Committee? He said this: I never saw any evidence that the Trump campaign was conspiring with the Russians to meddle with the election. No evidence. But they peddled this theory for 4 years. And think about this. The guy who started the debate off today for the Democrats, the Democrat chair of the Rules Committee, Mr. Speaker, Democrat chair of the Rules Committee 4 years ago. Guess who? Guess who 4 years ago was the first person to object to the 2016 presidential election? The guy who kicked off the debate for the Democrats today going after Ms. Greene. Gentleman from Massachusetts. Guess what his reason was? The Russian hoax conspiracy theory. And guess which state he objected to? Guess which state? Alabama. That's right, January 6, 2017, the guy who kicked off the debate for the Democrats objected to Alabama, a state that President Trump won by 30 points. First person to kick off the debate today, 4 years ago, objected to Alabama based on this Russian hoax conspiracy theory, and now they're coming after Miss Greene. I stood right here 3 weeks ago and I said, this cancel culture will not just come after Republicans. It's going to come after us all. It's going to come after us all. This is what's scary. And it took all of 13 days for that to be proven true. Last week, Mr. Speaker, could I have a few seconds? Last week, Senator Feinstein Elementary School is no longer named after Senator Feinstein. That's how bad this is. I hope this stops, and I hope it stops soon.
Gentleman from Ohio yields back. Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski.
Gentleman from New Jersey, 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, when we talk about unity, let's remember we were united last October when the House came together almost unanimously to condemn QAnon in a resolution that I had introduced. We said that QAnon was fanning the flames of anti-Semitism, that the loony lies it was spreading online would lead to people being killed in the real world. But then yesterday, Mr. McCarthy, the minority leader, said something that mystified me. He cited that resolution as a reason not to remove Representative Greene from her committee. We'd already condemned QAnon, he suggested. Why would we need to do anything else? It's like saying we condemned bank robbers last year. We condemned bank robbery last year. We don't need to actually stop any bank robbers this year. How can almost 400 of us say that QAnon is a threat, and then when we see someone who has spent years spreading the same conspiracy theories, the same anti-Semitism, the same calls for violence, someone who 3 days ago called her critics pedophiles, not 2 years ago, 3 days ago, and then say that person should be given all of the privileges of a member of a House? Mr. Speaker, if you condemn QAnon, that means you have to fight it. If you believe that these conspiracy theories are dangerous, you have to separate yourself from the people who are spreading them. If even a substantial number of us stand with Representative Greene today, violent extremists will see it as another sign that they have a legitimate place in our national debate, that respectable leaders in our society either embrace them or fear them too much to stand in their way. I ask you, do not send this message. Let's unite against extremism, not with it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. About a month ago, 3 weeks ago, I suspended my social media accounts, my personal social media accounts, and I did so because social media is pretty much consuming the way we govern. And I would just say, why are we governing by soundbite? Why are we governing by looking in and back at what somebody said on Twitter or Facebook? This is a body that is called under the Constitution to meet on the floor of the United States House of Representatives, not by proxy, by the way, and to sit here and debate, and to debate the important issues of the day. I was proud to say a few weeks ago, I was proud to stand with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to condemn what occurred on January 6th. I joined with some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to disagree on the issue of objections. And then to have a member on the other side of the aisle attack my former boss and friend, Senator Ted Cruz, and basically accuse him of being an attempted murderer, I asked that that statement be stricken and there be an apology for it. I didn't ask that somebody be stripped from their committeeships. I didn't ask that they be censured. I tried to engage with that colleague and have and will. And then this last weekend had a statement directed at me, accusing me of the worst kind of horrific acts. Where is this body going to go, ladies and gentlemen? Now we're here in the first few weeks of this Congress attacking a freshman member who's addressing the concerns of statements that I take issue with, that a number of my colleagues on this side of the aisle have taken issue with, and you're going to unilaterally strip her of a committee assignment. This is not the people's house anymore. I made this statement yesterday on the budget reconciliation. I had a great conversation with the distinguished majority leader today about our need to restore regular order. And I would just ask my colleagues, another 15 seconds, Jolly? No. I would ask my colleagues that we remove this. I made a motion to adjourn because we shouldn't be wasting the time of this body attacking a member of this body. This will not end well.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Indiana reserves the balance of the time. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make clear that this is not an action by one party. This is a House resolution today. All of us will be voting, and the Constitution couldn't be clearer. Article 1, Section 5 vests the House with the authority independent of the Ethics Committee to discipline a member, and as a sanction for such behavior, the House may limit any right, power, privilege, or immunity of that member. I'm sure my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are aware of that. With that, I am pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Representative Williams.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the resolution to remove Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee assignments. Her words and actions tout dangerous and deadly QAnon conspiracy theories, threaten our national security, and put the lives of every person in this room at risk. On January 6th, we witnessed what can happen when our leaders spread baseless conspiracy theories and spew violent rhetoric that echoes the same call to violence that resulted in a domestic terrorist attack on the United States Capitol. We can't control what Representative Greene does and says, but we can control how we operate as a governing body that holds its officials accountable. I'm particularly concerned about her appointment to the Education and Labor Committee, which not only has oversight of the education of our children, but also has the responsibility to ensure students have safe environments to learn. I watched in horror at the footage of Representative Greene berating a Parkland shooting survivor, a teenager who came to Capitol Hill seeking help from lawmakers to put an end to mass shootings and prevent other high school students from having to witness the senseless murder of their classmates and teachers. This is personal for me, as a mom of my Carter Cakes who just started kindergarten, and as a survivor of a school shooting my senior year of high school that claimed the life of a classmate. I still live with that trauma today. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle say they disapprove of Representative Greene's actions. However, disapproval without action means nothing. This is about doing what's right. As Dr. King stated, it's never the wrong time to do the right thing. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized. Is reserving. And gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is personal to me. I've dedicated so much of my adult life to the Constitution of the United States. And if you go back to 1884, it's been cited for about 80 or 100 years even, a select committee back in 1884 was taking up the issue of a member of Congress being expelled, and the committee said that because the conduct was committed during an earlier Congress, it must be said that with practical uniformity, the precedents in such cases are to the effect the House will not expel a member for reprehensible action prior to the election of a member, not even for conviction of an offense. That has been so frequently decided in the House that it's no longer a matter of dispute. And yes, that was expelling from the House, but you're wanting to expel a member from being a full member as she was elected to do. Now, James Madison, hopefully that name rings a bell, said if the legislature could regulate those, talking about qualifications, which in this case would mean you got to meet our qualifications for what you say before you're a member of Congress, or you don't come in. And he said if you could regulate those qualifications, it can be by degrees subvert the Constitution. A republic may be converted into an aristocracy or an oligarchy, as well as limiting the number capable of being elected. Qualifications founded on artificial distinctions may be devised by the stronger party in order to keep out partisans of a weaker party. This is so dangerous. Never in the history of the Congress has a majority party been taking such fanatical action to remove somebody from the other party from committees. This is unprecedented. You know, we had a senator named Biden who looked at a Ku Klux Klan recruiter as a mentor and friend, and you punished him by inaugurating him as president. Look, please, I know there's so many good, decent Democrats. We disagree on a lot of things, but as a matter of conscience, you talk about conscience, you got to know if you do this, just like Democrats objecting to electors and then coming around later and say, oh, you're disenfranchising voters. Look, if you do this, you know The day will come when Republicans will not like something you said and start removing you from committees. This is not a road to go down. I beg you, please don't start this precedent. It won't end well for either party, but we will follow your lead if you lead. I'm imploring you, do the right thing. Vote no on this resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. At this time, the gentleman from Indiana reserves, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Thank you,
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After decades of living through discrimination from our government, my older black neighbors in my district finally began having a sense of hope that a new generation of elected leaders are here. Recently, however, those same neighbors have told me they began to feel that fear again because of what is happening here in this chamber. Because in today's Republican Party, Marjorie Taylor Greene's worldviews are violent, anti-black, racist, Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, and they're condoned. Every single day that goes by without outright condemnation from every single one of her Republican colleagues, without consequences for her extremist views, is an outright endorsement of white supremacy. We owe it to our residents who have been victim of these very hateful views to take action. When members like Marjorie Taylor Greene proudly claim that Muslims shouldn't be allowed in this Congress, or that 9/11 attacks were fake, or that the Speaker of the House should be executed, there must be consequences. I yield.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to be here today. But what I feel and what I believe as I'm listening and I'm hearing the debate is this is not really about words said by Ms. Greene before she was ever elected overwhelmingly in her district. Because if it was about language and that we were disciplining because of language, we would have disciplined somebody else from this side on the Democrat side who said, Israel's hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people and help them see the evil doings of Israel. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. That would have invoked some discipline, I would have thought. How about this one? Comparing Jewish Israeli settlers to termites. That guy didn't get disciplined. He's still on the committees I sit on. He said there's been a steady stream, almost like termites can get into a residence and eat before you know that you've been eaten up and you fall in on yourself. It goes on. It goes on. The Speaker of this House has said Republicans are enemies of the state. All of these incite to violence. All of these demean. All of these dehumanize. All of these are these are statements that just should not be accepted. But they were accepted. There was no condemnation. And as the last speaker just said, no condemnation is an endorsement. So I guess there's endorsement from all of them on those statements. And so here we are today. And you're doing something that's unprecedented. You're taking somebody for things she said before she got into this body. And you're saying we're going to control the minority choice of committee assignments. Never happened before, but here it goes. And I'm afraid it's going to cascade because that's not the way we should do this. You can't take away the rights of the minority leader and the minority conference. That is the problem that we have here. No one endorses what Ms. Greene said, but we endorse her election and the right of the leader to make her committee assignments, not to have those be taken away by the majority. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from Arizona yields back. Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Kelly.
Mr. Gentlewoman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of House Resolution 72 to remove Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee post. Congresswoman Greene is part of the cult conspiracy mindset that has infected segments of our American society and is ripping our nation apart. The wild conspiracy theories that QAnoners invent are in essence outrageous lies. Even more alarming, they are lies backed by the threat of violence. Yes, Representative Greene and her QAnon adherents are ready to defend their deranged lies with violence. They have expressed a desire to assassinate Speaker Pelosi and to publicly execute those who disagree with their malignant lies. They have even expressed a passionate desire to overthrow our constitutional democracy. Congresswoman Greene indicated before last year's election that if Donald Trump lost, Americans may need to reclaim freedom with the price of blood. Marjorie Greene has harassed a survivor of Stoneman Douglas school shooting, calling him a coward and proclaiming the massacre was staged as a plot to pass more gun laws. Yet her Republican colleagues believe she has the proper credentials and principles to serve on the Education and Labor Committee. Some will play both sides, but that is a false equivalent. I think it's clear that we need to draw the line at Jewish space lasers and calling for political assassinations, not policy differences. At least with one xenophobic racist, both sides were able to put country over party. The party of honest Abe can no longer be honest with itself. Marjorie Greene and her fellow conspiracy theorists have saturated our nation with lies. It's time to turn the tables and start talking about truth for a change. Gandhi liked to say, even if you are a minority of one, the truth is the truth. I urge everyone to join in defending truth. Stand up for truth, even if you're alone. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the direction of the narrow Democrat majority, we are here today standing in judgment over a newly elected colleague of ours for things said as a private citizen and that have since been retracted. Meanwhile, some colleagues have engaged in anti-American, anti-Semitic tropes and commentary before and after their elections to Congress. Other colleagues have incited and called for violence across the country the day Donald Trump became president, and still encourage that violence against him and those who support the Republican Party, not to mention other dangerous words that have been harmful to the security of our nation. But, Mr. Speaker, none of those are in question, and those members never saw any condemnation. In this Democrat majority, they never will. I went to the Rules Committee yesterday, strongly opposed to this course of action, with a suggestion to correct this blatant double standard should it move forward. I was told by the chairman that, quote, we don't share the same values, because I was demanding that we prioritize accountability for members of his party and their comments and dangerous rhetoric carried out while in office, before we address Representative Greene's commentary made before she was elected. Perhaps the chairman was right. My values are that anyone who blatantly calls for the violence against conservatives, praises deadly Antifa riots, endangers Americans, encourages the destruction of our ally Israel, and perhaps worst of all, dismisses the significance of 9/11, has no business serving in the House of Representatives. In closing, Mr. Speaker, no one in Congress should be more grateful than the Democrat majority eliminated our motion to recommit last month and the Democrat members who have made these inflammatory remarks over the years. Because I have no doubt that a motion by Republicans to oust those representatives would have succeeded with very strong bipartisan support. And by shattering this precedent today, perhaps this majority has set in motion a future majority's obligation to do so. If my Democrat colleagues are attempting to take the speck out of their eye, I encourage them to also take the log out of their own eye. Out of our eye, then take the log out of their own eye. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this is not about one member. This is about who we are as a body and what we are as a democracy. This is about whether it is acceptable to cheer on and encourage an insurrection against our basic democratic process. This is about whether it is okay to demand members swear in on a Bible of a religion they do not practice. This is about whether it is okay to hold an assault rifle next to members' heads in a campaign ad and incite death threats against them. This is about whether it is okay to encourage the murder of the Speaker of the House As a survivor of civil conflict and civil war, I know political violence and political rhetoric does not go away on its own. This is about whether or not we will continue to be a peaceful and functioning democracy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
I'm proud to have taken my oath on that Bible, after which I do follow and try to live my life after. And I rise today to object to the left pattern of teaming up with the mainstream media to try to stifle the voices of conservatives. First, it was 4 years of trying to remove President Trump, and today it's trying to strip my friend Marjorie Taylor Greene of her committee assignments. It's only a matter of time till they start coming after everyday Americans. We travel down a dangerous road today when the majority party is threatening to make committee assignments for the minority. My friends across the aisle, as we have seen, and from one we just heard from, Mr. Speaker, certainly have no shortage of members who've expressed very offensive opinions after they were elected to this body. Democrats are not looking to lower the temperature or deliver the results for the American people. Their goal is to cause chaos and divide our country so they can continue to expand their radical left agenda until they've silenced all opposing viewpoints. Democrats control the House, the Senate, and the White House. If they wanted to deliver results for the American people, they could do it. But their agenda is clear. They don't want to govern. They want to rule and clamp down on any dissent to their radical agenda. And I yield back.
Gentleman, time has expired. Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Representative Bush. Yeah.
2 minutes. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. St. Louis and I rise in defense of our nation's school children. I cannot sit idly by and allow white supremacy and hatred to have decision-making power over our students' futures. To my Republican colleagues, let history remember what you did in this moment. A prerequisite for appointment to these committees and for all that we do must be that you love and represent all people, meaning all people. We owe it to our children, we owe it to their parents to have a House Education and Labor Committee that is committed to fighting for a country where all children have an equitable education in an intentionally anti-racist society. Let me say that again, an intentionally anti-racist society. From the Ferguson-Florissant School District in St. Louis to the Normandy, Hazelwood, Riverview Gardens, Jennings, University City School Districts to St. Louis Public Schools, all of our school districts deserve better. Harris-Stowe State University, Missouri, University of Missouri, St. Louis, our tech and trade schools, St. Louis University and Washington University, they deserve better because our teachers and our custodial workers, our cafeteria workers deserve better because our students who don't have a roof to sleep under at night, our students who don't have running water at home, our students who don't have enough to eat deserve better because those living with student debt and those who desire to go to college deserve better. Our parents, they deserve better. We cannot build an equitable anti-racist education system if a seated House Education and Labor Committee member incites violence through the perpetuation of racist lies in an attempt to overturn an election. We cannot build an equitable anti-racist society if a member of Congress endorses white supremacy. We need to strip them of their committee assignments. And then we must pass my resolution, HRES 25, to investigate and expel them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. The hypocrisy here is an outrage. My fellow Georgian Congresswoman Greene stood right here in this House and took full responsibility for her statements. That's more than we can say for any of the many in this chamber who have made outrageous, hate-filled, and vile statements and comments over the past years and recent months in particular. For example, a Democrat member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee has repeatedly made blatant anti-Semitic statements. She still holds her position. The Democratic chairwoman of the House Financial Services Committee encouraged supporters to aggressively assault anyone who supported President Trump. She still holds her position. The Speaker of the House has called Republicans enemies of the state. She still has her position. While we watch cities in flames, businesses being destroyed, officers killed, and civilians attacked, a member of the majority party called for further unrest in the streets. She still has her position. I've got 4 pages of similar comments, and this is by no means exhaustive. Inflammatory rhetoric around here has become commonplace, unfortunately. And members of this House have absolutely crossed the line for calling for violence or making other similar remarks. The majority refuses to hold its own members accountable. That is the zenith of hypocrisy and injustice. And I call on and urge our members to oppose this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Indiana Research. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, my friend Ms. Beatty.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. It is a shame that we must use precious time on the floor of the People's House to address the inflammatory remarks of member Marjorie Taylor Greene. But just as we are in the midst of 3 crises of the coronavirus, the economic distress, and social injustice, we must also act against a crisis of extremism and unhinged conspiracy theories. Disturbing and dangerous words and actions like those we have heard and seen from this individual in this House are below, Mr. Speaker, the dignity of a member of Congress. And as they did not stop when we were all sworn in, if anything, these backward views gained a national platform. Well, I stand here to tell you, I will stand up to bullies who threaten students and threaten and celebrate the violence towards our Speaker and our colleagues. Today, and yes, as a conscience of the Congress, it is important that we take this step to affirm that conspiracy theories and outrageous lies have no place in the Congress, no place in the People's House, no place, no place.
Gentleman's term has expired. Gentleman from Florida Reserve. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 4th day of February, here we go. We have a pandemic that's shutting down businesses all across this country. We have schools shut down, causing havoc with our children. We have a national debt of over $30 trillion. We have seniors wondering if their Social Security payment will be suspended due to anticipated bankruptcy. We have a Democratic Party focusing today and yesterday on bypassing the legislative process and issuing executive orders, defunding our police departments, destroying our energy dependence, shutting off our production of oil and gas, allowing men to identify as women and go into any bathroom of choice. And what is the majority spending the hard-earned tax dollars today? Attempting to throw a member of our party who was duly elected by something purportedly not said before she got into Congress. Here's what I would ask. Throw us all off the committees. Throw all of us off. God, I hope the American people see what you're doing. And this is nothing more than an abuse of power, than a party drunk with power. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. A gentleman from Indiana Research. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to Representative Hayes from Connecticut.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this motion on behalf of my constituents in Connecticut's 5th District. The statements made by the representative from Georgia have amplified horrific and deeply dishonest rhetoric and empowered and mainstreamed fringe conspiracy theories about school shootings. Giving any member the platform to spread dangerous rhetoric only rewards and normalizes this behavior, places already vulnerable groups in danger, and further traumatizes survivors. There is no place in this House for a member that trivializes these events or refuses to publicly disavow her own words or apologize to those affected. Mr. Speaker, there are men and women on both sides of the aisle whom I strongly disagree with. colleagues who have made statements that have deeply offended me, yet I have never believed we should remove them from committees or this body. But today is different. We are forced to make this motion not because of a disagreement in values or opinions, but because the Republican conference has refused to take any actions addressing dangerous comments made by a member, comments which have no place in common discourse and cannot be given a platform to be amplified. While I remain respectful of the voters in Georgia, we have a responsibility as a body to hold our own members accountable, and I would vote in the same way if a member of my own caucus had committed the same infractions. No member of Congress, Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
House will be in order.
No member of Congress should promote conspiracy theories or sow doubt about the validity of tragic mass casualty events like Sandy Hook, Parkland, and others. No parent should ever have to invite a member of Congress to visit their child's grave or touch the bullet-ridden clothing that their child wore to prove that their death actually happened. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker of this House always tells members to vote our district. Today, I vote as an act of conscience in defense of my district. I vote for the babies who left for school 8 years ago and never returned home, and the teachers who died trying to protect them. I will vote for millions of educators.
The gentlewoman is recognized for an extra 15 seconds.
Today, I will vote for millions of educators who stand bravely before students while they lead lockdown drills and whisper quietly to them while sheltering in place that school is still safe. I will vote yes on this resolution for the parents and the communities who want real debate that produces real solutions for keeping schools and communities safe. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my new colleague from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as someone who grew up in a communist country where people were punished for expressing their opinions, I have an enormous appreciation for our First Amendment rights. This is a core principle our nation was founded on. I might not like many things that my colleagues from both parties have to say. Sometimes I think these crazy things, but I still will vigorously defend their First Amendment rights and rights of free speech, especially what they've said as private individuals before. And voters will decide if they're right representatives for them. It's a slippery slope to start policing people's opinion, and our Congress will start resembling a communist politburo if we're not careful. I would really like my colleagues to think before they make this vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend and neighbor from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've heard a lot here today. So in closing, let me remind my colleagues that we were sent here not only to uphold the Constitution, but to uphold a standard of conduct. Let me share with you what should have happened. What should have happened is some remorse for the pain that the gentlewoman from Georgia has caused, and acknowledged that pain, the damage that she has caused, the violence she has advocated. I would have hoped that she would have realized, like so many of us have, the awe and gravity of serving in this institution, and that despite all the harm that the words and actions she's taken have caused, that now that she's a member of this body, she truly understands and is sorry she stalked a teenager who was a victim of a mass shooting. Sorry that she actually suggested that our leader of the House of Representatives should meet a bullet as her end. Sorry that she suggested that President Obama should have his life snuffed out. But none of that happened. And that is why She has forfeited the right to serve on committees in this House of Representatives. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose this unprecedented power grab orchestrated by the Democrats. Much has been said about what my colleague from Georgia has spoken of in her past, but the past is past. I do not believe Congress has jurisdiction to relitigate what a member of this body said before they took their solemn oath of office. That is an issue to be adjudicated by her constituents at the ballot box in the 14th District of Georgia, not here in Congress. Without question, this body is putting itself on an extremely dangerous path, a path that opens the door to allowing the majority party to strip the minority party members of their committees based on statements made or beliefs held before holding office. It is clear the resolution before us is not about my colleague. It is about Democrats seizing upon an opportunity to further suppress the rights of the minority party, to silence a bold member of the opposition, and to thereby further their socialist agenda. Members of Congress have a duty to uphold themselves to the highest standards, and I know Marjorie is doing just that. I expect no less from my Democratic colleagues, which is why this resolution must not pass. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to yield 1 minute to the distinguished majority leader of the House of Representatives, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this is a sad day and a difficult day for the House of Representatives and for our country. I have had the great honor of serving this body for 40 years. And in that time, I have never encountered a situation like the one before us. Now, where a member has made such vile and hurtful statements, engaged in harassment of colleagues, and expressed support for political violence. None of us should take any pleasure in what we must do today. But to do nothing would be an abdication of our moral responsibility to our colleagues, to the House, to our values, to the truth, and to our country. A great forebearer of legislators, Edmund Burke, famously declared, "The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing." Yesterday, the Republican conference chose to do nothing. So today, the House must do something. I have heard some condemnation from across the aisle of the contents of Representative Greene's statements. Some have condemned the white supremacist and anti-Semitic things she said and posted online. Some have condemned the falsehoods she shared about 9/11 and the horrific school shootings. But I have heard little from Republicans about the horrific statements made by their colleague making threats of violence against Democratic elected officials and her threatening conduct towards Representative Bush and others. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be much silence when it comes to her incitement of political violence. In the Washington Post yesterday, columnist Greg Sargent wrote, and I quote, "Whatever happens to Greene, Representative Greene, the truth is unavoidable. Republicans have yet to offer a clear and unambiguous declaration that political violence is unacceptable and has no place in their ranks." And I've heard too much about process and not enough about accountability. No member ought to be permitted to engage in the kind of behavior that Representative Greene has and face zero consequences. This vote can be a first step in correcting the error of those who so far have chosen to do nothing. A short while ago,
Representative Greene came to this floor to defend her indefensible conduct. I heard no apology. She claimed that we are here today only because of some things she wrote online before she ever ran for Congress. And if one's moral slate is wiped clean when one becomes a candidate for office. Regardless, the conduct we are judging today continued to occur even after Representative Greene became a candidate and even after she was elected. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to look at this image. I heard about motherhood today. 2 of those women, between them, have 6 children. They're mothers. One of them does not have children. And she's come to this body asking for more housing for people, for more health care for people, for more income for people. How awful. And they're not the squad. They're Elon. They're Alexandria. And they're Rashida. They are people. They are our colleagues. And yes, you may have disagreements. But I don't know anybody, including Steve King, who you precluded from going on committees for much less. And this is an AR-15 in the hands of Ms. Greene. This was on Facebook just a few months ago. That is a message of peace and reconciliation and peaceful democratic dialogue. The squad's worst enemy, AR-15, in hand.
Sounds like the guns I fled.
I have never, ever seen that before. Is this a precedent-setting event? It is. Because the conduct, the tweeting, the QAnon association, I heard the disavowal of QAnon, I learned more. AR-15, squad's worst nightmare. Is that what was intended to do? That each one of these ladies would have a nightmare about somebody with a gun. An AR-15 can carry up to a clip of 60 bullets. I urge my colleagues to look at that image and tell me what message you think it sends. Here she is, armed with a deadly assault rifle, pointing it toward 3 Democratic members. Now, the pictures are put together, you understand. They were not present, I understand that. And she captioned it, the squad's worst nightmare. Yes, some people are having nightmares and fear. And some people who wanted to give other people nightmares committed sedition and broke into the House of Representatives and tried to stop us electing a president of the United States. These 3 faces are real people. There are 3 reasons we're here. But there are many other reasons we're here today. In 2019, during the same election cycle in which she ran, showed support for comments online that the quickest way to remove Speaker Pelosi from power would be, and I quote, a bullet to the head. Did any of you hear Steve King say anything like that? You removed him from all of his committees. But as I said, you did nothing. As a matter of fact, gave a standing ovation, as I understand. I wasn't there. What message does that send? What message does it send us? Have a standing ovation to give these three women nightmares. Indisputably, these are clear threats to commit or incite political violence. Not from years ago, but just months ago. Imagine the pain that these members' families must be experiencing when they see pictures like this one. Imagine what our children think, their children, or when they know their loved ones are walking the halls of Congress and may encounter harassment as it happened to Representative Bush. So I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, when they take this vote, imagine your faces on this poster. Imagine it's a Democrat with the 8 or 15. Imagine what your response would be, and would you think that that person ought to be held accountable? But when acquiescence to the suggestion of violence or any kind is allowed to go unchecked, it is a cancer that metastasizes on the body politic of our nation, as we saw just a few days ago on the 6th of January. A cancer. That's how Senate Republican leader McConnell described it. He said, loony lies and conspiracy theories are a cancer for the Republican Party and our country. McConnell, should we stand silent in the face of that kind of activity? He continued, somebody who suggests that perhaps no airplane hit the Pentagon on 9/11, that horrifying school shootings were pre-staged, and that the Clintons crashed JFK Jr.'s airplane is not living in reality. It's not me talking. It's not a Democrat talking. It's Senator McConnell. This has nothing to do with the challenges facing American families or the robust debates on substance that can strengthen our parties. My colleagues across the aisle have an opportunity today to reclaim their party from the dangerous cancer of QAnon and violent conspiracy theories that promote and have demonstrably resulted in sedition and insurrection. Senator Romney, you remember Senator Romney? He was candidate for President of the United States on the Republican ticket, nominated in the Republican convention. He said of his party this week, I think we should have nothing to do with Marjorie Taylor Greene and think we should repudiate the things she said and move away from her. Our big tent is not large enough to both accommodate conservatives and kooks. Not my word, his words. A Republican member of the United States Senate. Now, he's not a big buddy of Trump's, so apparently he didn't have to do what Trump suggested he do. And Senator Ernst, conservative woman from Iowa, she doesn't represent the party. I don't want her to be the face of our party. I think this is a great time for us to really talk about what we want to see in the upcoming years and continue to build. We don't need people that are promoting violence or anything like that. That's a Republican conservative senator. Republican senator and former governor of Florida, Rick Scott, said, a conservative Republican senator. That's not what the Republican Party stands for. Let me suggest to you, if it's not, vote with us. Vote with the House, not Democrats. Vote with the House of Representatives. Vote with good order and peace. Furthermore, Senator Young of Indiana said, there ought to be no place in the Republican Party for the kind of views espoused by Representative Greene. That's what McCarthy said when you kicked King off all of his committees. This is not something you haven't done. However, sadly, you left it to us to do your job. Representative Cole called her statements extraordinarily disturbing. He said that yesterday. It's an old quote. And Senator Thune asked his fellow Republicans in the House, do they want to be the party of limited government? I think the answer to that is yes. Or do they want to be the party of conspiracy theories and QAnon? Furthermore, Senator Young of Indiana said, there ought to be no place in the Republican Party for the kind of views espoused by Representative Greene. That's what your Republican colleagues have said. This is not partisan. This is about principle. And you can shake your head as much as you want. This is not about party. It's about whether or not you will vote for decency and truth, not being members' worst nightmare. I hope we can do it together, all of us embracing our humanity and our basic adherence to the Constitution. Edmund Burke, who I'd quoted earlier, said, the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Let us not do nothing. I often share another passage spoken so long ago by Edmund Burke when a new member arrives to serve in the House. It concerns the duty of a representative has to his or her constituents. His conclusion on that matter is that we owe them our unbiased opinion, mature judgment, and enlightened sense of conscience. What does your conscience tell you to do in light of this kind of assertion? Nothing? Burke told his own constituents that these virtues a representative does not derive from your pleasure, nor from the law and the Constitution. They are trust from providence, for the abuse of which you are deeply answerable. Your representative owes you not his industry only, but his judgment, and he betrays it instead of serving you if he sacrifices it to your opinion. This is not about polling. This is not about your base. This is about your conscience and your moral judgment. In other words, each of us ought to look inside our hearts to the answer we know is right and is best for the House and for our country. If the Republican Party, for less toxic language, took committee assignments away from Steve King, should they do less in this instance? There is no doubt that if somebody came to the Congress and had said before they came to Congress, I am for violent revolution against the government of the United States of America, that your party would say that's not somebody we want to be associated with. That's not what she said. I do not assert that. But should we do less than you did for Steve King, for far less toxic language? Let us not do nothing. Mr. Speaker, let us do the right thing. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Budd.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, today is really about one party single-handedly canceling a member of the other party because something said before that member was even elected. This isn't about agreeing or disagreeing with the comments. This is about Democrats abusing their power and using it to cancel. This sets a very dangerous precedent. There are members across the aisle who have said alarming things recently. They've made anti-Semitic comments repeatedly. They've made anti-American comments repeatedly. And they've made comments threatening violence repeatedly. Cancel culture should not take over our country. Cancel culture should not take over our tech platforms. And cancel culture certainly should not take over the House of Representatives. We need to let the gentlelady from Georgia serve and to allow her constituents to judge her performance at the ballot box. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized. Gentlewoman,
yeah, I'll reserve. I'm prepared to close
and
as well.
Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely reject racism, anti-Semitism, and bigotry, as I said earlier. I condemn conspiracy theories and calls for violence. I do not in any way condone these reprehensible views. Sadly, though, here we are today to effectuate another partisan power grab. The Democrat majority has taken unprecedented steps to marginalize Republicans just because we have not done what they want us to do, and that's wrong. There's a reason that neither party holds a majority on the Ethics Committee, and the reason is to avoid one party or the other weaponizing the committee's purpose for use in political and partisan fashion. The majority should withdraw this resolution, and if it chooses, pursue this matter properly through the Ethics Committee. If the resolution is not withdrawn, then I'll vote no and hope at some point the Ethics Committee will again be used to serve this body as intended. Our colleagues deserve better, and the House as an institution deserves better. I ask my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Indiana yields back. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just address some of what we've heard today. First, we've heard the argument made by our colleagues that this is something that should go to the Ethics Committee, despite the fact that we have the authority to be here today to tackle something that our friends should have tackled. But then they turn around and say that the Ethics Committee doesn't have jurisdiction for anything that's been said before a member is elected, thereby creating a loop that will result in no accountability, zero accountability for any of the horrific sayings, any of the horrific actions that have been promoted by Representative Greene on social media and in her words. We also heard that this would deepen, what we're doing here risks deepening dangerous divisions. The dangerous divisions that exist in our country resulted in an attack on this Capitol, putting all of our lives at risk. We're trying to stop the divisions in our country by not giving a platform to the kinds of conspiracy theories that help to inflame them. We heard that this is cynical and hypocritical. Mr. Speaker, is there anything more cynical and hypocritical than to be told on the floor of this House that the minority leader was prepared to take Ms. Greene off of the committee, not because it was the right thing to do, but because it was a political decision he was willing to consider. And finally, we heard that Ms. Taylor Greene, that Representative Greene has apologized for this. She came to the floor today, she acknowledged that 9/11 happened, she acknowledged that school shootings are real, and she acknowledged that she learned some things about QAnon that she didn't know before. There was no apology. There was nothing to address any of the pain and hurt that she's done to my constituents and gun violence survivors in every part of this country and the families who lost loved ones. Mr. Speaker, we need to be here today. This hateful rhetoric is in the real world as well as outside of the halls of Congress, not just here. Memories of the lives we have lost to gun violence are being forsaken by those who baselessly claim those tragedies were false flag events. Online rants about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and racism and conspiracy theories have manifested in real and violent acts. It's not a debating society that we're participating in. This has real impact in the real world. We cannot, and finally I close with this, Mr. Speaker, we're worried about precedent, so am I, so we should all be. And the precedent of rewarding a member of the House by giving her a platform of a congressional committee to amplify dangerous conspiracy theories is one we should never set. Leader McCarthy said so himself. I remind my colleagues again, 2 years ago he said, any hatred, we take action. Unfortunately, the only action taken by Republican leadership has been to appoint Representative Greene to 2 powerful committees. This resolution condemns the practice of promoting extreme ideologies, conspiracy theories, and anti-government rhetoric, the resolution proclaims that there is no place for such conduct in this Congress or in society. And when Ms. Greene came to the floor today and compared the media to QAnon, it is a reminder of just how important this action is that we're about to take. This is why we must adopt House Resolution 72. I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 91, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The resolution. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Recognition.
Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren. Pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on HRes 72. As the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote yea on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Ms. Barragan will vote yes on HRes 72. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRes 72. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRes 72. As the member designated by Mr. Bolton pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Mr. Bolton will vote yes on HRes 72. And as the member designated by Mr. Cohen of Tennessee pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on HRes 72. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on H-Res 72. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on H-Res 72.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Member designated by Mr. Amadei, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote nay on H-Res 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote yes on H-Res 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Larson of Connecticut, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote yes on House Resolution 72. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on H-Res 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, the great state of Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on House Resolution 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote aye on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Mr. Vela pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote aye on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on H-Res 72. As a member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on H-Res 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
On behalf of Congressman Chuy Garcia, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Garcia will be voting yes on H-Res 72.
Good. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on H-Res 72. As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on H-Res 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 72.
seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote yes on H.Res. 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on H.Res. 72.
That pop quiz in school.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on H.Res. 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Roybal Allard will vote yes on H.Res. 72. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.Res. 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.Res. 72. As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.Res. 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Chair, as the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform Mr. Lawson will vote yea on HR Resolution 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on House Resolution 72.
Missouri.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on HRes 72. And as a member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on HRes 72. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be a no vote on the adoption of House Resolution 72. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on HRes 72.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on H-Res 72.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on H-Res 72.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on H-Res 72.
On this vote, the yeas are 230 and the nays are 199. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
House Resolution 95.
It is read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will now be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that, Madam Speaker, can I ask for the House to be brought into order? The House is not in order. Madam Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise to honor the lives of two fallen FBI agents, Daniel Alfin and Laura Schwarzenberger. On Tuesday morning, while executing a federal warrant in a child exploitation investigation, Special Agents Daniel Alfin and Laura Schwarzenberger were shot and killed in the line of duty in Sunrise, Florida. This was sadly the FBI's deadliest day since the tragic events on 9/11. It has also been more than 30 years since two agents were gunned down together in the line of duty. They died protecting our most vulnerable citizens and the community they loved. Laura Schwarzenberger's specialty was pursuing crimes against children. Her work with the FBI Miami Field Office's Innocent Images National Initiative led to the arrests of those involved in the exploitation of children and sextortion. She leaves behind a husband and 2 children. Daniel Alfin was a veteran agent who led the investigation into a dark website called Playpen, one of the country's largest child pornography operations. He leaves behind a wife and 1 child. These were 2 heroes taken from us way too soon while trying to make our community a safer place to raise our families. We grieve their loss not only to the community they served, but to the families and loved ones they leave behind. They made the ultimate sacrifice, and we will be forever grateful. Madam Speaker, I ask the House to please pause for a moment of silence in memory and honor of these heroes who gave their lives protecting our children.
Debbie, thank you.
Thanks, Debbie.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
I am here to speak about a wonderful...
The House will be in order.
I am here today to speak about a wonderful cause, Dream Like Drew, that promotes awareness of a rare genetic disorder, Cri du Chat. Dream Like Drew was a week-long event starting on May 3rd, where I can't hear myself think.
Their conversations off the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here today to speak about a wonderful cause, Dream Like Drew, that promotes awareness of a rare genetic disorder, Cri du Chat. Dream Like Drew is a week-long event starting on May 3rd where students can show their support by wearing unique socks, one high and one low. Cri du Chat is caused by the deletion of genetic material on the 5th chromosome that can cause delays in motor functions. Dream Like Drew was started by Casey Aiken, a teacher in South Jersey, in honor of her son, Drew Aiken. Drew is an 8-year-old little boy who was diagnosed with Cri du Chat shortly after he was born. He lives life with a positive outlook and mindset that will allow him to achieve his dreams always. Drew is an inspiration to all, and Dream Like Drew is an amazing cause that encourages a discussion on how important acceptance and inclusion is for those with disabilities. God bless him forever. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise with a somber spirit and a heavy heart to be able to celebrate the law officers, the police officers, who stood their ground on behalf of this citadel of democracy on January 6th. Police officers were beaten, sprayed with mace, hit with stun guns, and beaten with the United States flag and symbols of Nazism. You could see their valiant efforts. The Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police with our own Capitol Police. They stood their ground, being beat continuously by insurrectionists and, of course, domestic terrorists. I want to offer today my deepest appreciation for them and the sympathy for their brothers who were lost in the fight to preserve democracy. Yes, it was a fight because it was an attack on the United States Capitol. We owe them a great deal of gratitude and as well admiration. And I intend to introduce a resolution that will honor all of those who stood their ground and protected this place, members of Congress and others, and were in the midst of a battle where so many were hurt. I express my sympathy and concern for those still hospitalized, and I do say that it is important for us to say the simple words, thank you to the men and women of the United States Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police, and of course, our National Guard and others. Thank you so very much. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week, we had a hero lie in honor under the dome of the United States Capitol. United States Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick gave his life to protect the U.S. Capitol, one of our greatest symbols of democracy. I had the opportunity to pay respects to Officer Sicknick in the Capitol Rotunda, which is safe and secure because of his sacrifice, and also the bravery of his fellow Capitol Police officers and other law enforcement. I'm devastated by the loss of Officer Sicknick, and I want to provide my deepest condolences to Officer Sicknick's family and fellow officers. I want each and every Capitol Police officer to know that I am grateful and appreciative of your work here, that you do each and every day to protect democracy, all who work here, and you protect all of our constituents who visit. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the people of Nevada's 3rd District. The pandemic has ravished our economy, especially in Nevada, where the travel and tourism industry is the bedrock of our economy. Nevada is one of the hardest hit states by this pandemic. Currently, we have one of the highest unemployment rates in the country at 9.2%. But we have an opportunity to put this pandemic behind us and to begin to rebuild our economy. And that answer lies in vaccine distribution. We're doing everything we can to get vaccines to those who are eligible, but with limited resources, we're not able to get them out quickly enough. This week, we were able to work with Clark County Commissioner Michael Naft to establish a temporary vaccine site for the residents of Laughlin, a rural community on the border of Arizona, California, and Nevada. Before this site was established, these Nevadans had no vaccination options within an hour's drive of their community. This pandemic needs to be treated like the crisis it is. We need to act swiftly and get states more funding for distribution. I'm urging my colleagues, we must act quickly. We cannot let partisan games get in the way. I yield the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Lakeland Fire Chief Doug Riley for being named the 2020 Florida Fire Chief of the Year by the Florida Fire Chiefs Association. Riley was appointed as Fire Chief in December 2017. He served more than 30 years with the Lakeland Fire Department, holding just about every position there is during his tenure. I was privileged to serve alongside Chief Riley as a Lakeland City Commissioner and as a fellow Rotarian. I've seen firsthand his efforts to build better relationships with his employees, his staff, and the community. Doug Riley continues to go above and beyond to strengthen the fire department and its employees. On behalf of the 15th District of Florida, congratulations to Chief Doug Riley for earning this distinguished honor. The Lakeland community thanks you for your efforts to protect and serve us every day. Well done, Chief, and thank you, Madam. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce the bipartisan Restoring Communities Left Behind Act. This legislation establishes a $5 billion neighborhood infrastructure stimulus program at the Department of Housing and Urban Development to help communities face down the dire COVID-19 economic crisis. I am grateful for the cooperation and leadership of Michigan Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib for leading this bill with me, and also to Chairwoman Maxine Waters for encouraging our efforts. In addition to COVID-19, Americans in rural and urban areas are still suffering from the effects of the 2008 Great Recession, decades of job washout and redlining. Wall Street's malfeasance resulted in African Americans alone losing nearly half of their accumulated wealth since the founding of the Republic. Nothing is more important for wealth creation than owning a home. This bill will provide a lifeline for families to restore financial security through home ownership, and the bill is a critical job creation program. By investing in neighborhood infrastructure, we are investing in skills training and creating good-paying jobs. The Congress must now act to provide stimulus for neighborhoods to recover so that they emerge more resilient. I look forward to working to include this bill in a larger COVID relief and recovery package and urge my colleagues to support this important housing recovery legislation. I yield back.
Time's expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember and honor the life of Tommy Lee Exley Sr., who passed away on January 16th. Tommy was a man of integrity who dedicated his life to serving others. In addition to serving his country in the National Guard, he was very active in community service. Tommy served on the Effingham Industrial Development Board and the Effingham Hospital Board for a number of years. He was also an active member of the Lions Club, American Legion, Sunrise Rotary Club, and was even president of the Springfield JCs, which is an organization that identifies community needs and provides solutions by planning and facilitating service projects and funding. Tommy graduated from the University of Georgia, and he was an avid Georgia Bulldogs fan. My thoughts and prayers are with his wonderful family, including the love of his life, Bibi, as well as his friends during this most difficult time. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Are there any further 1-minute speeches? Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. 29 days ago, on January 6th of 2021, insurrectionists attacked our Capitol, seeking to overturn the results of our nation's election. 29 days ago, the glass in and around this very chamber was shattered by gunshots, clubs, by individuals seeking to restrain and murder members of Congress duly elected to carry out the duties of their office. 29 days ago, Officer Sicknick, who just laid in honor yesterday in our nation's capital, was murdered on the steps just outside this hollowed floor. 2 Capitol police officers have lost their lives since, in addition to the 4 other people who died on the events of January 6th. 29 days ago, food service workers, staffers, children ran or hid for their lives from violence deliberately incited by the former President of the United States. Sadly, less than 29 days later, with little to no accountability for the bloodshed and trauma of the 6th, some are already demanding that we move on, or worse, attempting to minimize, discredit, or belittle the accounts of survivors. In doing so, they not only further harm those who were there that day and provide cover for those responsible, but they also send a tremendously damaging message to survivors of trauma all across this country, that the way to deal with trauma, violence, and targeting is to paper it over, minimize it, and move on. Sadly, this is all too often what we hear from survivors of trauma as the reason why they don't get care, that what they experienced wasn't bad enough or too bad to talk about, or that they are afraid of being invalidated, accused of exaggeration, or making a mountain out of a molehill. As a result, thousands, if not millions, deny themselves the care that they need and deserve to live better lives. 29 days ago, our nation's capital was attacked. That is the big story. And in that big story reside thousands of individual accounts, just as valid and important as the other. Tonight, for this special order, we will begin to hear and commit to the congressional record just some of those many stories. I thank my colleagues who have bravely come forward today to share their accounts. And with that, I yield to my friend, Mr. Welch from Vermont.
I thank the gentlelady. It was an extraordinary day that started out quite beautiful for me. I live across the street, right next to the Supreme Court. And every day, almost without fail, there are demonstrators out on the Supreme Court. They're peaceful. Some of them I agree with, some of them I disagree with, but it's a beautiful sight to see people exercising their First Amendment right. That was a beautiful day, January 6th, and I had time. We weren't scheduled to be here in the House until about 1 p.m. So I did something that is a privilege and just a joy for those of us who serve here in the Capitol. I took a walk from the Supreme Court through the Capitol down to the Washington Monument to the Lincoln Memorial and back. And of course, the Trump protesters at that point were there, as it was their right to be. But on the way back, I became somewhat alarmed as when I got to the White House. It was really much more like a white-hot mob, with many folks with bullhorns talking about hanging Mike Pence, and using horrible epithets I can't mention here directed towards Nancy Pelosi. As I came back towards 4th Street, I came in sight of and was standing by two groups of people who were about 70 strong and were practicing marching in military formation. And they were chanting as they did, again, a word I can't use here, F those people, talking about the people in this building. And as Ms. Ocasio-Cortez said, people in this building were workers. They were Capitol Police who were in this building because they had to do an hour-and-a-half commute to do this job to protect this building that belongs to the people of this country so they could then pay the bills for their family and make that hour-and-a-half commute back. It was the cafeteria workers. It was everyday, hard-working, wonderful Americans. Now, at that point, I still didn't think anything about it because it never occurred to me that with all the anger and hostility I saw, with those groups of people that were marching in a formation, that when I was later sitting up in that gallery with many of my colleagues as the proceedings were taking place, it never, ever occurred to me that this building would be invaded. I took it for granted that that just couldn't happen. Of course it did. The first sign we had of something amiss is when we saw the security people for our leadership, the speaker, the majority leader, or the minority leader and our majority leader, rush them off the floor. We in the floor on the gallery still had no idea what was going on. Now, in retrospect, we find out the west side of the building was being breached. And one of the police officers said it was like a castle storming. Mr. McGovern took the chair. We began to continue the process of certification of the election until one of the Capitol Police officers told us that tear gas had been fired, that people had breached the building, get out the gas mask, lie on the floor. And then I saw Capitol Police officers with guns from their holsters. And I looked at these men and women, and I tried at that moment to imagine, what was it like for them that they actually had to have a weapon out? They had families. They had responsibility, and whatever fear they may have felt, their duty was to protect us. And they were going to do it, no matter what. And how small I felt at that moment, that because of someone who was doing their duty to protect me, I'm no more worthy than any other person who works in this building, but that's their job. They were threatened. And then, of course, we heard the shot when the mob was getting in to the door of the Speaker's lobby. And then to get us out, they had to bring us all the way across this chamber to the far door. And we got stopped right over here where these two doors were being breached. And we heard the sound and saw the poles that were being pushed through. And you know the rest, we're going to hear more stories. But I want to say that in listening to my colleagues and experiencing it myself where I had some fear, but then we were okay, the two things that just stay with me are that the tradition we've had in this country that's so commonplace that we do it every 4 years, a peaceful transfer of power, and how extraordinary it is that we do that every 4 years, was shattered. And the second thing is that we saw something that allowed Jim Crow to thrive for over 100 years after the Civil War, and that was the use of violence as a political tactic. And we now have a Capitol ringed by these 7-foot fences with concertina wire. So the trauma that we're feeling, working in this sense of isolation, is the trauma to our democracy. Our goal, our responsibility, is to restore that and not be defeated. I yield back.
I now yield to my friend from New York, Mr. Adriano Espaillat.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, for organizing this special order hour this evening. As the events of January 6th are still burning in the memories of all of us, as well as millions and millions of Americans across the nation. Although some people would like to deny that it never happened or sweep it under the rug, it continues to burn in everybody. The images are so aggressive that they still burn in the memories of millions upon millions of Americans. I started that day, as I start every day. I came to my office at 8:30 in the morning. I couldn't get through Independence Avenue because it was shut down, so I came through the back of my office building. And I noticed that I was walking on the sidewalk with some of the protesters, unimpeded. I felt as though security was very lax. No one stopped them. They were walking right next to me. They were around here as early as 8:30 in the morning. I went to my office, and as I proceeded at one point to leave my office to come down to the floor, I was informed that the Capitol had been breached. So we stayed in our office, and 2 police officers came to the office trying to escort us out and trying to take me to a room in another office building where other members were to protect us. I decided to stay in my office with my team, and we locked ourselves in there. I could see from my window some of the protests. You see, this assault against the Capitol was not just concentrated on the Capitol steps. It was everywhere, really. And of course, at about 8 o'clock at night, a little bit before that, I came here to conclude the proceedings. I felt it was very important that we completed our work for the night and not be intimidated by that mob. Democracy could never be intimidated. And so I came here very early. I walked around as agents went around the Capitol and this floor securing evidence. And the scene was pretty horrifying, of furniture stuck up against the walls and blood stains right outside where someone was shot, was being mobbed. And so this is a traumatic experience for all of us on both sides of the aisle and for our nation. It cannot be swept under the rug. We must get to the bottom of this. We must find out if there was members of this body who aided and abetted that angry mob, who instructed them of the whereabouts of Speaker Pelosi. You see, that mob came here saying they wanted to assassinate her, and they wanted to hang the vice president. So if anybody in this body assisted someone that clearly had an intent to attempt to murder someone, they're an accessory to that crime. And we must look at that evidence. Ultimately, ultimately, we need to have the truth. And if we want unity in this body, we need the truth. If we want unity in America, we need the truth. That is what will unite us. We must have a deep dive, a deep investigation into what occurred. Did any of our colleagues text, email, or tweet the whereabouts of Speaker Pelosi? Did anybody tweet or share information about the labyrinth of tunnels and hallways in this Capitol building? They seem to know their way around. So the truth is important for the unity of our nation. This is a beautiful building and a temple of democracy. But Congress is not this building. It is each and every one of us, and by extension, the people that we represent. So an attack against us was an attack against our constituents. We are their voices here. And we must take a good look at what occurred. We must not sweep this under the rug. We must continue to ascertain and get all the facts and evidence to determine who played a pivotal role in perpetrating this crime. Only then we will have unity. Only then, through truth, we will have peace. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back my time.
Thank you. I now yield to my colleague from Texas, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee.
Let me thank the gentlelady from New York, first of all, for her courage and for convening us together. And I might say to the gentlelady that we're not doing this for ourselves. We have taken an oath of office. I have said this many times today as we debated a question of the status of a member. We took an oath to defend this nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And we realize that that oath is really above our own personal safety. That if we were called upon by this nation to defend her, to defend our constituents, I would venture to say that most members would stand by their constituents and this nation. This should not be taken as members fleeing out of fear, but it should be taken as an explanation and an expose of what happened in this place, how it was desecrated, undermined, diminished, how the American people watched this precious place. For those of us who've been here, I fled this place on 9/11. We were in a meeting, and all you could hear is a lot of noise. And members continuing to meet, not wanting to be disturbed, did not move until an officer or screaming came, and we heard the noise saying, "We don't know what's going on, but get out." In that instance, we fled, and all we could hear was, "Run as fast as you can and hit the ground way on the other side near First Street in the Supreme Court." I could see the billowing smoke and the plane that had hit the Pentagon. And so that fleeing, of course, was because we were told to do so. But members began to look for their staff and want to know what they could do. It was different from having a pandemic. It was different from the setting here, except for the fact that members cared about what was going on in their constituency and their staff. Here we were in the same way. Members were protecting their staff and their offices. So I want this not to be about us, but the story needs to be told. And as you've already heard, there were those of us participating in this debate, some on the floor, some in the gallery. And I will tell you that the first thing I saw, Congresswoman, because we did not know of the huge crowds down near the White House. We didn't know that there were people dancing to music inside the White House, watching activities of attack here. But we didn't know about the major speech that was provoking a crowd of insurrectionists that had planned to come here and kill people. But the first thing I saw was good friends here rising up out of seats and moving out quickly. And only after they began to move did we hear the words, "Hurry up, get out, flee." Not necessarily flee, but first words I heard was our good leadership telling the doors to be closed. Thank them for that, our Sergeant of Arms who are here in this place. As we fled, we could hear the attack coming from the Senate side, and then we could hear the shooting that occurred right outside in the cloakroom area. And we crouched there, and some of my good colleagues and I began to pray. I started out by saying this is not about us, but it's about truth. And as I mourned and honored Officer Sicknick, as he was honored by being in a state of honor in this House, I was reminded of the many officers, Capitol Hill and Metro Police, that are in hospitals, that are still hurting, and that are still suffering. And I said earlier this evening that I offer to them my deepest concern and sympathy and respect, and I'll be introducing a resolution to honor them. But I think the importance of this reliving what we went through is, as I've heard from my colleagues, we must get to the bottom of this. We cannot let white supremacy, which is now the #1 terrorist activity or terrorist group in America, more so than foreign terrorists, dominate the goodness of what this democracy and this Constitution stands for. We can't let the idea of free speech be the source of the fueling of hatred and anger that turns to violence. We can't let individuals storm this building and call for the killing of the Vice President or the killing of the Speaker of the House or the putting on plastic cuffs on members of Congress. We can't frighten members of Congress in their offices. We cannot allow this kind of attack on voices like the gentlelady from New York who simply wants to tell truth. She has freedoms. So I'm here on the floor to say that we shall not be denied. We're never going to give up our love for democracy, nor its vitality. Nor are we going to let this country be dominated by the insurrectionists who came to this place to do nothing but act in a bloodthirsty manner. We're not afraid of you. And yes, on behalf of all of those officers that the video showed us that were beaten by American flags, beaten with signs of Nazism, we're going to get to the bottom of this for you. We're going to find out what happened. We're going to find out why the information came from the FBI to the city of Washington, D.C. and their police, and it was evidence that it was given to the brass here, but that there was no response in terms of the kind of equipment or the numbers of officers that were there, or why wasn't permission given to the mayor of the city of Washington to call up the National Guard? Why did this president deny access to the National Guard to protect not us, but this place of democracy? So I am grateful for this opportunity. We have work to do, but I think the greatest statement that we can make tonight, that we're in the light of day on this floor, as I said before, not for us, but to be able to stand in the shoes of all of those sheroes and heroes who fought in different ways, whether it was in the peace movement, whether it was in the civil rights movement, Black Power movement, whether it was Cesar Chavez fighting for farm workers, people who fought to make a difference for goodness, for all of those patriots, all of those fallen leaders, some assassinated like Dr. Martin Luther King, we cannot stand and allow the voices of those who provided horror to this place to suggest to the world that they have overcome us. I close by simply saying to the world that we had a day, January 6th, an attack on this place. Insurrectionists and domestic terrorists penetrated the United States Capitol, but they never penetrated the strength of the Constitution and our values and our commitment to protect democracy, but also to give respect and comfort to those who lost their lives on that day or thereafter in terms of our law enforcement officers, and sadness for those, unfortunately, that lost their life by being misguided, but also to be able to say that this is a place that we will hold sacred and we will be victorious, and white supremacy, insurrectionists, and also domestic terrorism will not prevail over us. We will win, and we'll win for the many Americans who believe in the goodness of this country. I thank the gentlelady for yielding to me, and thank her so very much for her courage again. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back to the gentlelady.
Of course. Thank you, Representative Jackson Lee. I now yield to my colleague, Mr. Representative Dean Phillips of Minnesota.
I want to thank you, my friend, the gentlelady from New York, for organizing tonight and for inspiring rising generations of Americans, including my own daughters, to dream bigger and to do better. I want to thank you. And I want to start my remarks by addressing those who have belittled, dismissed, minimized, or criticized anyone who has experienced trauma of any type, at any time, in any form. To you, I say I take pity on you, and I say shame on you. I was in this very room on January 6th when the insurrection began. I was one of 20 colleagues up in the gallery, just over my shoulder, who had to take cover behind our seats on the floor and struggled to activate our gas masks. The whizzing sounds, the collective whizzing sounds in this room, of which none of us will ever forget. We know the sound of the breaking glass, of the screams, and of the furniture being moved in front of the doors. We know the feeling of being trapped in this room and believing that being taken hostage may be the best case scenario. We know what it feels like searching for something, anything, with which to defend ourselves, and realizing a pencil is about all we had. And we know what it feels like thinking that it's a real possibility that we would not see our families and loved ones again. We won't forget. We won't forget. But I'm not here this evening to seek sympathy or just to tell my story, rather to make a public apology for recognizing that we were sitting ducks in this room as the chamber was about to be breached. I screamed to my colleagues to follow me across the aisle to the Republican side of the chamber so that we could blend in, For I felt that the insurrectionists who were trying to break down the doors right here would spare us if they simply mistook us for Republicans. But within moments, I recognized that blending in was not an option available to my colleagues of color. So I'm here tonight to say to my brothers and sisters in Congress and all around our country, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. For I had never understood, really understood, what privilege really means. It took a violent mob of insurrectionists and a lightning bolt moment in this very room But now I know. Believe me, I really know. But I want to close with an invitation, a hopeful invitation at that, to everybody watching or listening. Whether you experienced January 6th right here in this room, whether you were barricaded in an office across the street, or whether, like most Americans, you experienced it through a television screen. Please do not allow that day to change you for the worse. Rather, please find something in it to improve yourself, to improve our country, and to improve our world. I surely did, and I hope you'll join me. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Phillips, for your extraordinarily powerful account. And I now yield to my friend from Pennsylvania, Representative Mary Gay Scanlon.
I want to thank the gentlewoman from New York for arranging this really important special order hour. You know, every day we are so grateful for the hard work and support of our congressional staff. Many of them are young enough to be my children, but they serve Congress and our country with brilliance and honor every single day. So this evening, I want to read a letter signed by nearly 400 congressional staffers to their senators, because they don't often have a voice on this floor, but their words are so raw and so heart-wrenching. Here's their letter entitled An Open Letter to Members of the U.S. Senate. We are staff who work for members of the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives, where it is our honor and privilege to serve our country and our fellow Americans. We write this letter to share our own views and experiences, not the views of our employers. But on January 6th, 2021, our workplace was attacked by a violent mob trying to stop the Electoral College vote count. That mob was incited by former President Donald J. Trump and his political allies, some of whom we pass every day in the hallways at work. Many of us attended school in the post-Columbine era and were trained to respond to active shooter situations in our classrooms. As the mob smashed through Capitol Police barricades, broke doors and windows, and charged into the Capitol with body armor and weapons, many of us hid behind chairs and under desks or barricaded ourselves in offices. Others watched on TV and frantically tried to reach our bosses and colleagues as they fled for their lives. On January 6th, the former president broke America's 230-year legacy of the peaceful transition of power when he incited a mob to disrupt the counting of Electoral College votes. 6 people died. A Capitol police officer, one of our co-workers who guards and greets us every day, was beaten to death. The attack on our workplace was inspired by lies told by the former president and others about the results of the election in a baseless, months-long effort to reject votes lawfully cast by the American people. Our Constitution only works when we believe in it and defend it. It's a shared commitment to equal justice, the rule of law, and the peaceful resolution of our differences. Any person who doesn't share these beliefs has no place representing the American people, now or in the future. The use of violence and lies to overturn an election is not worthy of debate. Either you stand with the Republic or against it. As congressional employees, we don't have a vote on whether to convict Donald J. Trump for his role in inciting the violent attack at the Capitol, but our senators do. And for our sake and the sake of our country, we ask that they vote to convict the former president and bar him from ever holding office again. And it's signed by nearly 400 congressional staff. Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to enter their letter and their signatures into the congressional record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Scanlon. I now yield to my colleague from California, Representative Mark Takano.
Thank you, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, for leading this special order hour, and thank you for the bravery you've exhibited by sharing your story. Thank you so much. Well, January 6th was unlike any other day I lived through during my time in Congress. I awoke with Georgia on my mind, with hope in my heart, after the runoff victories delivered us a Senate Democratic majority. And that morning, it felt like we were turning the page on a dark chapter and entering a chapter of reckoning, progress, and ultimately unity. To finally turn that page, Congress needed to count the Electoral College votes and certify the historic election of President Biden and Vice President Harris. But that was supposed to be a perfunctory procedural action. But it became instead the target of an angry mob incited by the president, who encouraged that very mob to interfere and stop the counting of the ballots. And too many of my Republican colleagues empowered the lies that Trump told instead of standing up for the truth and for our democracy. I had followed press reports that early in that day. I followed press reports about a rally being organized by Trump supporters in Washington, and my staff warned me to be careful as I carried out business in and around the Capitol. I got to the Capitol early because I did not want to run into too many crowds, but I never imagined what was coming after Trump encouraged his supporters at a rally to storm the Capitol and disrupt the Electoral College count. About midday, shortly before 1 o'clock, I was returning back to my Cannon office building when the Capitol Police told me, "Sir, we are closing down Cannon. We are evacuating Cannon. You need to go either to Longworth House Office Building or Rayburn and take cover." So I followed the instructions. I made my way back to Longworth, where I took refuge in a colleague's office. And eventually I made it to a secure location in the Veterans Affairs Committee offices in the Longworth basement. It was there my phone started to blow up with anxious constituents who asked me if I was okay, and they made me aware of what was going on outside. I turned on the television, and I could not believe what I was seeing. What I saw was Capitol Police being overwhelmed, and the violent mob of Trump supporters breaking into the Capitol and bringing the Electoral College vote count to a halt. And as the violence unfolded, I have to say I was in a secure location, as safe as I could be for that moment. I was fine but shaken, concerned about what this meant for our democracy. I worried about the safety of my colleagues. I worried about the safety of the staff. I wondered when the National Guard would arrive, when reinforcements would arrive, because it was extraordinarily distressing to see our Capitol Police so greatly outnumbered by the crowd. I was safe, however, and I turned out to be fine, and I still am fine. But that is not the case for everyone. And unlike my colleagues and me who are here, most of the people who lived through the horrors of that day, they can't share their experiences on the floor of the House today. I'm here to give voice to and acknowledge the experience of hundreds of congressional staffers, Capitol support staff, maintenance workers, Capitol police officers who also lived through that deadly insurrection. They experienced and lived the trauma, and it is just as valid and real as the stories that are being shared here today. Staff barricaded themselves in office. They heard banging on the doors from insurrectionists who could harm them. Staff also evacuated the House chamber and gas masks, and they were alone, gathering any items they could use as weapons in case the insurrectionists broke into this very room they were sheltering in. They were in danger as well. This is their workplace. Hundreds of people who answer the phones and keep our buildings running and keep us safe every day. And when you run for office, you are confronted with the reality that you may be putting yourself in harm's way. Staff didn't ask for this. They didn't sign up for this particular job. They didn't sign up to be put up in harm's way, and they shouldn't have had to have dealt with an attack like this. They were just doing their jobs. And those who lived through that dangerous day or watched as the Capitol was attacked from home are also experiencing pain and trauma. And to them I say, what you're feeling is valid, and we're here to support you, and don't let anybody gaslight or diminish or belittle what happened on January 6th. It was a serious event. And over the past few weeks, I learned that following the insurrection, the Office of Employee Assistance has been overwhelmed with requests for counseling and support from our staff. And after my staff on the House Committee on Veterans Affairs and I were made aware of this overwhelm at the Office of Employee Assistance, we worked with the VA to bring mobile vet centers to the Capitol complex to provide mental health services and resources to Capitol Police, the National Guard deployed at the Capitol, congressional staff, journalists, and anyone who needs it. I visited one of the vet centers this morning, and they told me, vaguely, Congressman, the numbers are there. The numbers, out of confidentiality, we won't tell you how many, but people are using these centers, and they're asking for help. The mobile vet centers can accept walk-in appointments every day, including weekends from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. And if someone would like to schedule a next-day appointment, they may call the Washington, D.C. Vet Center at 202-726-5212. And I just want to emphasize, you do not have to, if you work at the Capitol as part of the Capitol workforce, whether you work as a maintenance worker, whether you work as a staffer, this is available to you. I thank my colleagues and the staff who keep our democracy running. The only way to make this right and to help heal our nation is for the Senate to do the right thing and hold Donald Trump accountable for the insurrection he incited. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Congressman Cortez.
I now yield to Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib of Michigan.
Thank you so much to my colleague for her incredible courage. I asked her to go last because I get because this is so personal. This is so hard because, as many of my colleagues know, my closest colleagues know, on my very first day of orientation, I got my first death threat. It was a serious one. They took me aside. The FBI had to go to the gentleman's home. I didn't even get sworn in yet, and someone wanted me dead for just existing. More came later, uglier, more violent. One celebrating and writing the New Zealand massacre and hoping that more would come. Another mentioning my dear son, Adam. Mentioning him by name. Each one paralyzed me each time. So what happened on January 6th, all I could do was thank Allah that I wasn't here. I felt overwhelming relief, and I feel bad for Alexandria, so many of my colleagues that were here. But as I saw it, I thought to myself, thank God I am not there. I saw the images that they didn't get to see until later. My team and I decided at that point we'd keep the death threats away. We'd try to report them, document them, to keep them away from me, because it just paralyzed me, and all I wanted to do was come here and serve the people that raised me, the people that told my mother, who only had 8th grade education, that she deserves human dignity, people that believed in me. And so it's hard. It's hard when my 7 brothers and 6 sisters beg me to get protection, many urging me to get a gun for the first time. And I have to tell you, the trauma from just being here, existing as a Muslimah, is so hard. But imagine my team, which I lovingly just adore. They are diverse, I have LGBTQ staff. I have a beautiful Muslima that wears her hijab proudly in the halls. I have Black women that are so proud to be here to serve their country, and I worry every day for their lives because of this rhetoric. I never thought that they would feel unsafe here. And so I ask my colleagues to please try not to dehumanize what's happening. This is real. And you know, many of our residents, from the shootings in Charlottesville to the massacre at the synagogue, all of it is led by hate rhetoric like this. And so I urge my colleagues to please take what happened on January 6th seriously. It will lead to more death, and we can do better. We must do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tlaib. And I think that what the representative speaks to is so powerful and so important, because when we attack not just members of Congress for their and focus on them because of their gender, their faith, their race, their creed, we make everyone on this complex feel unsafe and feel less than safe, because our seats do not belong to us. They belong to the people of the United States. And we as members who come in and leave this chamber are not permanent fixtures. But there are so many others in this country who see themselves in the 435 members of this body. And to see individual members targeted, demeaned, singled out by virtue of how they were born is to single out and demean so many people in this country who see themselves on this floor. And with that, I'm so incredibly proud to yield to another powerful woman and leader that so many in our country see themselves in, Representative Cori Bush of Missouri.
Thank you. Thank you for that, and thank you for being such a leader at this time. Madam Speaker, St. Louis and I rise to reflect on how our office experienced the white supremacist attack on our nation's capital on January the 6th. Everybody's experiences are different, and everybody's experiences must be validated. Everybody's experiences. I remember sitting up in the gallery, listening to floor speeches, knowing that there was supposed to be a protest happening outside, seeing people outside, and thinking that this was just part of the day until something happened. And I just felt the need to stand up and walk out. I walked out and I walked over I went to the steps. I went down a flight and I went to the steps and I went to look to see what's happening outside. And I saw the tip top of flags. And then I saw more of the flags and I could read words. And then after I could read words, I could see people. And then I realized that people were approaching. So I hopped on the nearest elevator and left and made it back to my office safely. And when we came back into our office, we walked in and we started to see on our televisions people breaching doors. And I remember thinking, is this actually what's happening? The more I watched, and people were calling this a protest, Let me say this, that was not a protest. I've been to hundreds of protests in my life. I've co-organized, led and organized protests, not only in Ferguson, Missouri, alongside the amazing Ferguson front line that most people don't even acknowledge. They don't even know their names. They don't even know who died. They don't even acknowledge the amazing people that put their lives and livelihoods on the line for our safety, believing that Black Lives Matter, because they actually do. And we shouldn't have to say it. It should just be true. But it's not evident in our society when we have to continue to say, my life matters. And then they hit us with things like this. And so I remember sitting in the office with my team and just thinking to myself, I feel like I'm back. At this very minute, I feel like I'm back. I feel like this was one of the days out there on the streets when the white supremacists would show up and start shooting at us. This is one of the days when the police would ambush us from behind trees and from behind buildings, and all of a sudden now we're on the ground being brutalized. It felt like one of those days, and I just remember taking a second thinking, if they touch these doors, if they hit these doors the way they hit that door, if they hit these doors and come anywhere near my staff, and I'm just going to be real honest about it, my thought process was, we banging to the end. I'm not letting them take out my people, and you're not taking me out. We've come too far. So, Madam Speaker, St. Louis and I rise with a message for our Republican colleagues. On January 6th, I thought about January 3rd, and I thought about how we all raised our right hands up and took an oath. Each and every one of us on this very floor, we swore that we would support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Even though that Constitution wasn't written for people who look like me, even that Constitution wasn't written by people who look like me, and even though that Constitution cemented an unjust nation for people like me, my team and I got to work, and we unveiled legislation to investigate and expel those who were responsible for inciting this attack so that we could defend it, because we have a duty to fight for a more perfect union, because we cannot stand up to white supremacy in this. Because if we cannot stand up to white supremacy in this moment as representatives, then why did you run for office in the first place? No matter what district you represent, no matter where you live, no matter Democrat or Republican, you represent a district that is on average about 700,000 people, meaning you have to resent those who love you, those who despise you, those who voted for you, those who swear they'll never cast a vote for you. People who talk like you and people who don't look like you. Building better communities, building better lives, building a better society. It's not a Democratic or Republican issue. We can't build a better society if members are too scared to stand up and act to reject the white supremacist attack that happened right before our eyes. How can we trust that you will address the suffering that white supremacy causes on a day-to-day basis in the shadows if you can't even address the white supremacy that happens right in front of you in your house? Does your silence speak to your agreement? Is the question. In St. Louis, the COVID-19 pandemic is disproportionately hospitalizing and killing Black and brown people. Well, I've lived that. We have people dying from gun violence, a crisis that stems from decades of economic disinvestment and disruption from an over-reliance on policing that this very chamber has continually voted to endorse. I've cried those tears. You don't know what that's like. So I ask you today, take a moment to think about what it's like to live what we live through. If you cannot do what's right in the face of blatant, heinous, vile, white supremacist attack like the one we just saw, how will you do right by the Black and brown people you represent who just want to know that our children will have safety, that our children will have life, and that they will have shelter, because you represent us too. So on January 3rd, we stood together to swear our oath to office to the Constitution. We swore to defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Well, it was attacked by a domestic enemy called white supremacy, and we must stand together now, today, to uphold that oath and hold every single person who helped incite it accountable. Thank you, and I yield back.
Bush, and your comments today and how you carry yourself in this chamber every day are just a powerful demonstration of why so many people are inspired by your example. Thank you. Madam Speaker, how much time is remaining?
The gentlewoman has 4.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you so much. Lastly, I'd like to close speaking to the individuals, some of the individuals that have already been mentioned, and some of the folks that have already been mentioned in prior remarks. Our staff, our Capitol Police, our House clerks, we thank you. We know how many of you were put in the line of danger because of the job that you have. We know and felt how many staffers were willing to put themselves on the line in order to protect the members that they serve alongside. And that is a weight that no one should have to carry. And so we thank you. To our House clerks, we thank you. To every single staff member of the United States Congress, we thank you. To our food service workers, we thank you. To our custodial workers, sweeping up the glass on the floor shattered by white supremacists, cleaning up after their mess, there is not enough ways to say thank you. We thank you. To our Capitol Police, who are willing to defend us, we thank you. And again, to our staffers, we thank you. I would be remiss if I did not specifically thank my staffer right here to my left, Gerardo Bonilla Chavez, who was with me on the day of the attack and who did everything he could to protect me. I want his community to know that he is a hero. I want his parents and his family to know that he's a hero. Our staff already know that he's a hero. And I believe he's a hero too. And I know it's not just him, he'll be the first one to say that. But to every one of our House clerks, we thank you. To our Capitol Police, we thank you. To our food service workers, our custodial workers, every person here that was standing to fight for our democracy, we thank you. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield my time.
The gentlewoman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good evening. Before I begin, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the topic of my special order.
Without objection, so moved.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, in the first days of his administration, President Biden has taken a record-breaking number of executive actions, and he has signed more executive orders than any president in recent history. Now, I'm very proud this evening to be joined by some of my colleagues from the Congressional Western Caucus. And as a group, we represent constituents across the country who have been negatively impacted by these actions of President Biden. On his very first day in office, the President signed an executive order to revoke the presidential permit for the Keystone XL pipeline. This innovative, first-of-its-kind energy project has been in the works for years with local communities, numerous states, and even our neighbor to the north, Canada, investing heavily in its creation. Also, on day one, President Biden directed his acting Secretary of the Interior to issue a 60-day moratorium on new oil and gas leases on federal lands. And then, if that weren't enough, to complete the 1-2 punch, a week later, he he extended that moratorium indefinitely. Madam Speaker, and I'm confident my colleagues will echo this sentiment. It is unconscionable that President Biden would, during a global pandemic, eliminate thousands of jobs and prevent the creation of thousands more with one flick of his pen. As you will hear from my colleagues, this action was thoughtless and devastating to the hundreds of communities and the millions of Americans who rely on the oil and gas industry. From labor unions, from local small businesses, to rural school districts, conservationists, people all over the country. Now, his long-term goals may very well be well-intentioned. But Madam Speaker, right now, in communities across the country, jobs, revenue, and investment are lost, just disappear. Madam Speaker, what does President Biden propose to do in the meantime? This truly can be described as an attack on American energy and American workers. Over the last 4 years, the Trump administration, the United States has made huge strides towards energy independence, becoming the largest net exporter of energy in the world. President Biden's actions will unilaterally undo this progress. It will threaten our energy security and leave thousands of hardworking American men and women without a job. President Biden has acted without any input or meaningful debate from the members of this Congress who represent those people that are most affected by his orders. Madam Speaker, tonight we are here to make our voices and their voices heard. I'm proud to be joined, as I said, with many of the outstanding members of the Western Caucus, and we have a lot of them that have a lot of great things to say. And my first guest is a new member of our executive committee. He comes from the state of Minnesota, where at least 50,000 jobs are supported by mining in his home state, a tremendous amount of economic activity. So I'm very pleased to yield to the congressman from Minnesota, Mr. Pete Stauber.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I rise with my colleagues today out of serious concern for the well-being of America's workers and American energy independence. Under the Trump administration, America came first. The priority was lowering energy costs for Americans and ending our supply chain dependency, along with supporting high-wage jobs in the energy industry. Sadly, within just 2 weeks, Joe Biden has started destroying much of that progress and setting our nation back. President Biden's executive orders have ended high-wage pipeline jobs on Keystone XL. He has banned oil and gas development on federal lands and forced America to rejoin the unfair Paris Climate Agreement, which gives a free pass to polluters like India and communist China. His actions have serious consequences for my rural district and districts like mine. In my district, gas prices have started to dramatically increase as Joe Biden keeps punishing American families with executive order after executive order. In fact, since November 30th, gas prices have already risen 32 cents and counting. A 60-mile round trip for work is not uncommon in northern Minnesota. Already, that is a $244 a year increase per driver. Imagine what it will be like for middle-class families if these increases continue. Furthermore, Joe Biden's executive order canceling critical projects like the Keystone XL pipeline sends a chilling message to union members nationwide, including in my district, where many are currently working to replace the Line 3 pipeline. Many workers are asking themselves, will Joe Biden cancel their job next? And what about those individuals who were employed with a good-paying, high-quality job working on pipelines or oil fields on our federal lands? Because of Joe Biden's anti-jobs agenda, these individuals are not only being denied a living wage, but the dignity of work. Meanwhile, they will still need to put gas in their vehicles. Prices will keep rising, and the gas they use won't be produced by hardworking Americans any longer. Instead, they will be purchasing gas for their trucks from hostile countries like Russia, Venezuela, and China, all of which have signed the Paris Climate Agreement, but not one of these countries has met their obligation. Madam Speaker, Joe Biden's unilateral executive orders are harmful. It may not be understood here in the Beltway, but my constituents know that these executive orders means job loss and higher energy costs for the American family. It's been less than a month, and Joe Biden has already made his agenda very, very clear. American jobs, American families, and American energy independence are no longer first. At this time of economic uncertainty, I urge the Biden administration to change their reckless course. I urge the Biden administration to abandon the failed Obama-era policies and support an all-of-the-above energy strategy that will create jobs, keep energy costs low, and maintain our energy independence, which will enhance our national security. And by working together to support energy jobs and reduce dependence on foreign nations, we have the chance to create a tomorrow with unimaginable potential. And I yield back.
Well, thank you, Congressman Stauber, for helping to put a human face onto the issue that we're speaking about and the real cost to American citizens. The loss of jobs cannot be understated, and the impact to our communities, to families across this country. So thank you very much. You know, Madam Speaker, a lot of states will be impacted. The whole country will be. But I want to turn to someone from the great state of Texas, that you probably know this already. That this ban from President Biden will eliminate 2 million jobs in the oil and gas industry in Texas alone, in one state, representing, I think, probably the epicenter of petroleum refining in this country. Brian Babin from the Houston area, another fine member of our Western Caucus. Congressman Babin, thank you for participating tonight.
Thank you for having this. My good friend from Washington State and a classmate. Good to be here. I stand here today as a proud representative of Houston, Texas, the epicenter of American energy and the catalyst for this country's pursuit of energy independence. But unfortunately, our economic bedrock of oil and gas is under attack, severe attack, by an administration that is eliminating millions of jobs and leaving our national security wide open to the threats from adversaries. An oil and gas moratorium on federal lands is projected to cost America 1 million jobs. Revoking the Keystone XL pipeline permit will cost us 11,000 jobs in 2021 alone. and account for the loss of $1.6 billion in gross wages. Rejoining the Paris Climate Accord, which was originally poorly negotiated by President Obama, is projected to cost us 400,000 jobs and is simply a bad deal for the American people and a very good deal for the world's biggest polluter, Communist China. What happened to this new administration's promise to stand up for all Americans? From gas and electric bills to new highways and bridges, to taxes, to putting food on the table, what happens to the oil and gas industry affects all Americans, and killing these jobs will have a ripple effect that will be felt in every home in the nation. Additionally, if we destroy oil and natural gas production here by canceling these pipelines and forcing adherence to wildly burdensome red tape, we will then have to import oil and natural gas from overseas and burn much fuel to get it here. And that means that we'd be paying more for energy that was processed not using the same stringent, clean environmental regulations that we have here in America. No, if we want to stand here and talk about cleaner energy solutions, we have to acknowledge the fact that pipelines are by far the safest and most environmentally friendly way to transport energy. In fact, pipelines have a 99.9% safety record. When we kill energy jobs here in the United States, we are in turn killing clean energy jobs globally. I will yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Congressman Babin. Thank you very much for explaining to us and helping us understand the pipeline industry and what that does for our country, how it improves safety and certainly our care for the environment as well. So, absolutely. Next, I'd like to turn from one of our newest members, new to our caucus, but new also to the House of Representatives, a young lady from the state of New Mexico. Yvette Harrell is doing just a great job in the short time that she's been here with us. And let me just tell you a little bit about New Mexico. If you want an example of a state that is reliant on this industry, oil and gas, you have to look no farther than New Mexico. I understand, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but at least 134,000 jobs are supported by that industry. And I know it's a huge part of your state's economy. So Congressman Harrell, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, Chairman Newhouse, for yielding, and thank you for your leadership in holding the special order. Madam Speaker, with the stroke of a pen, President Biden threatened the economies and public education systems of New Mexico, 7 other western states, 4 Gulf states, and Alaska. To put it simply, the executive actions he took on behalf of radical environmentalists to stop new oil and gas leases on federal lands is nothing short of disastrous. In New Mexico, over half the oil production and 2/3 of the natural gas production occurs on federal lands. That production employs nearly 120,000 people statewide, and estimates show a ban on new oil and gas leases could cost the state over 60,000 jobs by the end of 2022. Royalty payments and taxes from oil and gas industry contribute more than over 1/3 of our state's general fund. The loss in revenue from this leasing ban will have the greatest impact on the children of New Mexico, as over $1 billion from the oil and gas industry goes to New Mexico public schools every year. Before the ban was announced, I sent a letter to New Mexico Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham asking how she would make up the lost revenue. I've yet to receive a reply. After the announcement, I introduced the Power Act along with nearly 40 of my Republican colleagues. This bill would prevent the president from halting new oil and gas leasing, along with coal, hard rock mineral, and critical mineral leasing on federal lands without consent of Congress. For too long, Congress has ceded authority over our public lands to the executive branch. This will enable Congress to take back control and stand up for the people we represent. Just yesterday, I also introduced the Protecting New Mexico's Job and Public Education System Act, which would exempt New Mexico from the current ban on new oil and gas leasing. My state would be the most negatively affected in the nation by a leasing ban. More than half of the onshore oil produced on federal lands in the U.S. is produced in New Mexico. I also must point out, Madam Speaker, that the oil and gas industry is not just about filling up our cars and heating our homes. Petroleum-based products are an essential part of our everyday lives. Petroleum-based products include many medical devices, articles of clothing, and even sporting equipment. In response to concerns we raised regarding the loss in oil and gas jobs, the Biden administration said people can just find work in the renewable energy sector. Well, Madam Speaker, that just is not good enough. In fact, statistics show workers involved in oil and gas extraction make an average of $48 an hour. How do I tell my constituents to go earn much less than that in other industries? In a time when our economy has been weakened by the COVID-19 pandemic and many of our constituents are out of work, we should be focused on protecting good-paying jobs, not eliminating them. I look forward to working with my Western Caucus colleagues over the coming weeks to promote this message and to give a voice to our constituents whose lives will be harmed by the executive actions of the Biden administration. I want to thank Chairman Newhouse again for hosting this special order, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Harrell. I appreciate you helping us understand the impact to the state of New Mexico, not just jobs, but schools as well. $1 billion cost to the school districts of your state. I just can't imagine the long-term detrimental impacts that will bring. And speaking of that, I'd like to turn to another gentleman from the state of Texas, someone I got to know very well on the Rules Committee. Michael Burgess represents his district in Texas, and similar to what we just heard from New Mexico, I believe Texas school districts also, through property taxes on oil and gas production, on pipelines, on gas utilities, receive at least $1 billion a year as well. So, Dr. Burgess, thank you so much for being here this evening and helping us tell the American people the real impacts of these decisions.
Well, thank you, Chairman, and congratulations to you for your chairmanship of the Western Caucus. And I appreciate you including me in this discussion this evening. On the way to get ready to come over here, here's a bit of breaking news. Politico and their online newsletter, 6:30 tonight. The headline, Biden's plans for economic recovery imperiled by swelling ranks of long-term jobless. The first sentence reads, millions of Americans are staring at the reality of long-term unemployment, a precarious and worsening situation that threatens to drag on the economic recovery after the pandemic ends. You know what? I remember when Democrats used to be the champion of the working class, the champion of the working man and woman. But long-term unemployment is so damaging to people's families and people's lives. Suspending the production on federal lands, granted Texas doesn't have the amount of federal lands that some of the other western states do, but it affects us. And Todd Staples, our former agriculture commissioner in the state of Texas, now the head of the Texas Oil and Gas Association, writes in January, banning energy development on federal lands and offshore waters not only threatens thousands of the best paying jobs, but needlessly erases much needed revenue that helps pay for schools and other essential services. So said Todd Staples, the president of Texas Oil and Gas Association. Going on, American oil and natural gas is safe, clean, abundant, and misguided policies will only stifle our nation's energy and environmental progress. 1 million jobs across the country, 120,000 of those in the state of Texas alone. And as we heard from our colleague, Ms. Harrell, it does affect tax revenues for local activities in our schools, building our highways. Todd Staples went on to say the oil and natural gas industry is producing energy in cleaner, more efficient ways than 10 to 15 years ago, all the while producing more affordable and reliable energy to power our daily lives. Increased use of natural gas is the #1 reason by the United States power sector cut carbon dioxide emissions 33%. And look, everybody talks about going to electric cars. Where's the electricity going to come from? Well, some of it's going to come from natural gas-fired power plants. Look, again, I do remember when the Democratic Party used to be the party of the working man and woman. I question why President Biden has strayed so far from that. A little over 2 weeks ago, he said on the western steps of this Capitol building that his number one priority was going to be American jobs, and then he immediately causes immeasurable harm to millions of Americans. Dan, I want to thank you for leading this hour. Thank you for letting me participate, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. Appreciate that very much. I think, Madam Speaker, you're starting to get the message that it's clear this is going to impact every citizen of this country. These wrong-headed decisions are impacting our way of life, our cost of living in so many different ways. And I don't know what the next speaker is going to talk about for sure, but I'm guessing, I'll make a guess, that Bruce Westerman, who is our new ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee, hailing from the state of Arkansas, may talk about a tree. I'm not sure about that. But certainly the natural resources impacts here are going to be real. And I'll always say, people may not understand that, but you know, we're very, we passed a huge bill last Congress. I'm sure you remember the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which was part of a bigger piece of legislation. Well, guess where a lot of that money comes from to make that happen? It's from oil and gas leases. And I think the great state of Arkansas is set to get a lot of money in 2021 from that fund, and this is going to have an impact there. So, Bruce Westerman, thank you very much for not only your partnership and your activity, your work on Western Caucus, but also on the Natural Resources Committee.
I thank the gentleman from Washington, and I commend him for the great work that he's done with the Western Caucus, and also here in Congress to be a voice for rural America and for these areas like my district that depend on natural resources. Madam Speaker, our country is at a crossroads on the environment. One road leads to a vibrant, all-of-the-above energy approach, where we combine our state-of-the-art technology with hardworking American ingenuity and work ethic to incentivize smart environmental solutions. The other road leads to a top-down regulatory approach in which those in power ban, tax, and prohibit energy access, resulting in economic ruin and environmental degradation. It's clear which path President Biden has chosen. With the stroke of a pen, he eliminated thousands of American jobs, put many more into jeopardy, defunded bipartisan conservation programs, and eliminated some of the safest, most reliable forms of energy production and transportation we have. Let's not confuse action with progress. The data is very clear. America leads the world in environmental standards. If our goal is actually a cleaner, safer, and healthier environment, and I hope it is, then we should continue modeling these standards for the rest of the world to follow while developing the technology of the future. However, through his sweeping bans that killed the Keystone pipeline and shut down new energy leases on federal lands and water, President Biden is merely shifting our current demand for energy overseas. Let me make that very clear. Much as my Democrat colleagues might pretend otherwise, America's demand for oil and natural gas will not go away overnight. It cannot. Our infrastructure depends on it. So by shutting down one of our main domestic supplies, our supply will shift overseas, where we have no control over their environmental standards. Put simply, President Biden's orders will hurt our environment in the long run and devastate our economy in the meantime. So what's our alternative? How about allowing the free market to work like it always has? We have an innovative, pragmatic plan in place, unlike the Democrats' haphazard, shooting from the hip approach. It's why I've introduced pro-growth solutions like the Trillion Trees Act. Madam Speaker, we don't need to make hollow political points with no substance and no hope for success. We need an energy plan that looks to the future while taking care of the needs of today. Democrats want to make us choose between a healthy environment and a strong economy. I'm here to tell you that we can have both Actually, if we want a cleaner, safer, healthier environment, then we must have a strong economy. They go hand in hand. I hope President Biden reverses this ban and puts our environment and America's economy first. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Congressman Westerman. I appreciate that very much, and thanks for getting in that word tree. I appreciate that very much, but really helping us understand the true impacts, not only to our economy, but to our environment of these kinds of decisions. From another W state, which we kind of have to stick together, Congressman Tom Tiffany is another strong member of the Western Caucus and comes from a state that also is set to receive a tremendous amount of funding through the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which again is financed through oil and gas leases. So Congressman Tiffany, thank you very much for participating this evening. Appreciate you being here.
I thank the gentleman for yielding me some time. And Madam Speaker, while America and Congress's attention has been diverted from the real issues, we have seen something over the last couple weeks that is going to compromise American security in three ways. One is national security. Two, our economic security. And most important for millions of Americans, their job security. First came the White House decision to shred the Keystone pipeline permit, a slap in the face to our friends in Canada, and a pink slip for countless Americans who rely on this strategic energy security project for their livelihoods. But you know what may have happened most importantly? With a stroke of a pen, a contract was eliminated. Can other countries trust America anymore? Can Americans trust our president and our executive branch when at a stroke of a pen, they unilaterally say that contract is null and void? Then came the moratorium on federal oil and gas leases, the prospect of a long-term drilling ban on public lands, and even steps to halt energy projects on private land. The White House has also pushed the U.S. back into the UN's Paris Climate Treaty, subjecting American interests to the whim of international bureaucrats. And by the way, the English were smart enough to get out of one of those agreements. They called it Brexit. These things will kill family wage American jobs that can't be outsourced, raising prices at the pump and draining trillions of dollars from the U.S. economy. All this was done with a stroke of a pen and without approval from Congress, and the ramifications will be disastrous. Madam Speaker, when it comes to national security, it is no coincidence that we have seen peace break out in the Middle East over the last few years. The diplomatic achievements of the Trump administration in that troubled region are a result, in part, of policies that have made American energy dominance a reality. We gained the upper hand on when we began producing more petroleum and we became energy independent in America. By turning back the clock on these historic gains, the new administration is putting more American lives and treasure at risk. Closer to home, the economic costs will also be dire. The cancellation of the Keystone pipeline and new energy restrictions have put Wisconsin jobs on the chopping block, including more than 2,000 jobs at Michaels and Precision Pipeline, two fine American companies and Wisconsin companies. And these companies will not be the only ones victims of the Biden administration's great leap backward. Thousands of downstream companies provide support services to these pipeline firms. Businesses like parts suppliers, steel workers, frac sand mine operators, even restaurants, taverns, and other Main Street businesses who count energy industry workers among their customers. All of these businesses are now in the crosshairs for another economic hit. This one inflicted by their own government in Washington, not a pandemic in Wuhan. Even more galling was the administration's glib response that these hardworking Americans should simply suck it up and find better jobs. Is this what unity looks like, Madam Speaker? By taking aim at Americans who work in oil and gas, the Biden administration will cripple a key stream of revenues for state and local governments, funding that they rely on to pay for schools, road repairs, first responders, and public health services. In Wisconsin alone, the loss of revenue associated with the cancellation of Keystone is estimated to hit $3 billion. And I'd like to emphasize, well, we're here with the chair of the Western Caucus, and we're hearing from members from the west side of Mississippi. Wisconsin is on the east side of the Mississippi, and it is eastern states that are going to be hit with this equally as hard, including states in Ohio and Pennsylvania. While people in our communities are struggling to pay their bills and find work, this administration is killing jobs and making their lives more expensive. While those on the other side are pushing a $350 billion state bailout, the White House is choking off their revenues. And while our nation faces rising threats from foreign adversaries, the other side is taking active steps that will make America less safe, less secure, and less self-reliant. I only need a few more seconds, Mr. Chairman. American workers are tired of being lectured about carbon emissions by people who fly around the world on private jets, like President Biden's climate czar, who admitted that even if U.S. emissions dropped to zero, it would make no difference because 90% of CO2 comes from other countries. In fact, a third of the total global emissions come from China. The bottom line is that access to affordable, abundant, and reliable energy is essential to a dynamic economy, supporting millions of good, made-in-the-USA jobs in American manufacturing. Madam Speaker, when the White House attacks homegrown energy jobs for purely political gain, China wins and America loses. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Tiffany. Well spoken. The economy, jobs, the environment, schools, national security, the impacts of these decisions are far and wide across this country. You know, one of the great things about a citizen legislative body is that we are made up of individuals from all walks of life. And I'm very proud that we have on the Western Caucus a new member to the caucus and also a new member of our executive committee, but also someone whose family is one of these people that we're talking about whose jobs will be impacted by these decisions. So I'm anxious to hear from our new member from Colorado, Lauren Boebert. Thank you very much for being part of this discussion, coming from a state that thousands, tens of thousands of jobs rely on this industry. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much to the gentleman from Washington, and thank you to my chairman of the Western Caucus. It's an honor to serve with you, especially in a time like this where our energy needs are so dramatically threatened. Madam Speaker, I rise today as the proud representative of Colorado's 3rd Congressional District, one of the most beautiful districts in the entire nation, where waters like the Colorado, the Arkansas, and the Animas River flow, and snow falling along the Rocky Mountains provide outdoor recreation in towns like Durango, Telluride, Aspen, and Steamboat Springs. Colorado's 3rd District is also home to some of the nation's most abundant energy resources. We all win when American energy workers develop our resources responsibly at home. Yet this administration is laser focused on eliminating fossil fuels and the majority of jobs in the energy industry. It's not complicated. We are stronger and safer as a country when we remain energy independent, and dictators across the world can no longer fund their deadly terrorist activities on the backs of our energy needs. Madam Speaker, there is no reason the U.S. should be dependent on volatile foreign sources from countries like Russia, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia, when we can safely produce these resources right here in America, creating American jobs. American ingenuity and innovation have resulted in the U.S. becoming a global leader in carbon emissions reductions, protecting our environment while safely producing American energy is not mutually exclusive goals. Advancements associated with fracking and horizontal drilling are the main reasons the U.S. has become a world leader in protecting the earth. You heard me, fracking, demonized by the left without any merit, has proven to be one of the best energy solutions for our environment. I think it's becoming very clear that my colleagues on the left have become fracking liars. But these facts don't matter to the Biden administration. All they seem to care about is appeasing extremists, environmentalists, in order to get more campaign donations. With a stroke of his pen that sometimes takes him a while to find, President Joe Biden has unilaterally imposed job-killing executive orders and overreaching energy mandates that are going to crush my district and the people that live within it. From rejoining the Paris Agreement without asking the Senate to ratify this treaty, to unilaterally eliminating the Keystone XL pipeline, to banning all new federal oil and gas leases, the Biden administration has already taken actions that will eliminate thousands of Colorado's jobs, just as the gentleman mentioned, and send my people, the people I was sent to represent in my district, to the unemployment line. Madam Speaker, I have met with my constituents. They don't understand why this administration is targeting their livelihoods and telling them that they can simply find other jobs. The energy workers in Colorado's 3rd District like their jobs. They're good at them. They're the best at extracting these resources responsibly. They don't want to be unemployed during a pandemic and worried about how they're going to put food on the table or make ends meet for their family. Just last week, President Biden unveiled a Green New Deal-like environmental plan. While the price tag is astronomical and its goals unrealistic, the real tragedy associated with this $2 trillion charade will be the number of men and women in my district who have to come home and tell a spouse and their children that they were laid off and are unable to provide for their family. It's not big oil that's going to close their doors as a result of Biden's executive orders. It's the little guys in small rural communities that will be hit hardest by this administration's actions that seek to eliminate all coal, oil, and natural gas as its electricity sources by 2035. Joe Biden's team learned nothing from the American energy renaissance we saw under the Trump administration. Low gas prices, the lowest average unemployment rate ever until COVID, and the greatest economy the world has ever seen. Madam Speaker, energy dominance and America First policies have been replaced by climate change overkill and people like John Kerry flying around the world in their private jets, telling hardworking Americans to make better choices. We are the land of the free and will always be. I will never allow my 4 boys to live in a socialist nation. For all the people in the 3rd District that I so proudly represent, I will proudly fight the Green New Deal policies, Joe Biden's job-killing executive orders with everything that I have. I will support freedom and prosperity at every opportunity, and I will oppose any effort that seeks to take the God-given freedom and rights away from the American people. And with that, I yield back my...
Thank you, Congresswoman Boebert. Appreciate very much your strong voice on behalf of not only the people you represent, but people all over the country. And so thank you. Thank you for those very valuable comments. Madam Speaker, as you can already tell, we have a very strong class of new members this year. And I'd like to turn to another that comes from the state of Utah, a state that I don't think it's the highest with federal land ownership, but pretty darn close. 63%, I understand, of the land in Blake Moore's state is under federal ownership. And I know Mr. Moore has a great perspective on this issue, and I'm very anxious to welcome him and give him the floor so that he can share with us his thoughts.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it. And when you say perspective, the part I'd like to highlight is it's about balance. And I'm going to speak to that a little bit, but before my comments get drowned out in some of the prepared statements, making sure there's balance benefits all, and it's something that I'm really passionate about and Utahns are passionate about. Madam Speaker, I rise today to call on the Biden administration to reverse its unilateral orders, including Executive Order 14008, pausing new oil and gas leases on federal land, Secretarial Order 3395, suspending mineral leasing and permits, and Executive Order 13990, revoking the Keystone XL pipeline permit. Utah, as you mentioned, has the second highest percentage of federally owned land at around 65%. Approximately 10,000 Utahns rely on the oil and gas industry for their employment and livelihoods. These orders will result in Utah families losing their jobs and will reduce crucial funding for, yes, conservation programs that protect the natural wonders of my home state and our great country. They will make our country more reliant on imported energy from other countries with lower environmental standards than our own and weaken our national security foothold. Restricting extraction has real costs for our schools, our first responders, and public servants. And public services. The Keystone Pipeline's MOU with North America's building trade unions will provide $10 million in renewable energy job training for union workers and invest a total of $1.7 billion in renewable energy infrastructure, proving that a productive balance of development and conservation can be achieved. Rushed executive actions do not allow for collaboration with the people who are directly impacted by these decisions. Utahns will feel the negative effects of these orders, and I encourage the administration to reverse these actions and work with a bipartisan group of legislators on solutions that both protect and develop our cherished lands. I ran on a sincere desire to work with the administration to promote productivity over partisanship, and I stand by that commitment today, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Moore. Appreciate that very much. Continuing a theme of our strong freshman class, I'd like to turn from the gentleman from Kansas, who which this is kind of news to me. I didn't realize that Kansas was such a major producer of energy. And I think of Kansas as wheat and corn. But energy is part of the economy, an important part. And I don't think a lot of Americans understand truly the impact of these decisions in other states. And so with great pleasure to turn to Congressman Tracy Mann from Kansas. Thank you very much for participating tonight.
Allowing me to speak, and yeah, my district in Kansas has a lot of oil and gas, a lot of ethanol production as well, very important for the energy, the backstop for the country. So, Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss President Biden's recent executive actions and their impacts on American energy. Kansas won the Big First as one of the most productive agriculture areas of the country and is also home to a flourishing energy industry. In a rural district like the Big First, communities shrink and grow with the oil and gas prices. My district is the 11th largest district in the country and has more than 83,000 miles of roads. We depend on energy every day to fuel agricultural equipment and to transport our products across the country and around the world. Crude oil and natural gas are the foundation that fuels the Big First. Whether it be diesel for a tractor, keeping our home and families warm, or filling up a gas tank to drive our kids 30 miles each way to school, my district needs energy. Additionally, the Big First also produces nearly 500 million gallons of ethanol last year. I'm gravely concerned with President Biden's mandates on oil and gas. In my first few weeks in Congress, President Biden issued 25 executive orders in his first 10 days as president. That is more than the last 7 presidents combined during their first 10 days. For example, President Biden delivered mixed messages claiming to support fossil fuels and American jobs, and then issued an executive order dismantling the Keystone XL pipeline. The United States has achieved energy independence over the last several years. That said, we cannot sit idle and watch executive orders dictate the direction of our country with no input from Congress. The administration will soon fundamentally impact our energy independence. The executive branch was not created to legislate, Congress was. Earlier this week, I introduced the More Accountability is Necessary Now Acts, 6 pieces of legislation promoting accountability and transparency to the administration's future executive orders. The Mann Acts require the executive branch notify the American public and Congress of its intent to issue any new executive orders pertaining to 6 specific topics that impact my district, including energy and the environment. We must hold our elected leaders accountable for the pipeline worker and the plant manager, for the farmer and rancher, for the millions of lives depending on agriculture and energy every day, and for the betterment of our democracy. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Congressman Mann. I appreciate that. And thank you very much for your involvement in the Western Caucus, too. The voices we have are strong, and we will continue to speak loud and clearly about the impact of some of these decisions. So as you probably have guessed, people listening, that the state of Texas is impacted tremendously by these decisions, and I'm very pleased to have a gentleman from the state of Texas, Congressman Chip Roy, someone that I have come to know and respect for his clear-headed thinking on so many different issues, but I know can speak firsthand about the oil and gas industry and the impact to our economy. Mr. Roy, thank you very much for being here.
Well, I thank the gentleman, and I thank you for putting together this time, leading this effort. It's so critically important, obviously to my great and home state of Texas, but also to so many states, particularly out west, but let's be honest, to all 50 states of the Union, right? This is so fundamental to who we are as Americans. And unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are attacking the very natural resources, the very great strength that the United States of America has to set us apart from the rest of the world to be independent. We were blessed by the good Lord with unbelievable resources, resources that we can use for the betterment of mankind, our own people, the people in this country, for jobs, for affordable energy, for prosperity, and to lead the world doing that. But unfortunately, we're seeing a massive attack literally in the first few weeks of the new administration. 28 executive orders, a huge number of which are obviously targeted at oil and natural gas, targeted the lifeblood of our energy in this country. And if you look at what we've been able to do with clean burning natural gas as a result of fracking, we have CO2 levels that are down at 1990 levels. We have vastly exceeded what my leftist friends on the other side of the aisle want to follow the social welfare state of Europeans down the road of fancy gatherings in Davos. And they fly in their expensive jets to go preach to the world about global warming. Spare me your preaching as you're riding around in these jets spewing out CO2 when we, through innovation in the great state of Texas and in our country, are creating clean burning natural gas that are creating jobs, powering the world. And now the Democrat administration wants to come in and destroy jobs, destroy our leadership in the world, turn us over to Russia and Iran, and oh, by the way, empower China to roll right over us while they spew out whatever they want to spew out, because darned if they're going to actually do anything like agree to whatever's in the Paris Agreement. It is an absolute joke. It's a laughing stock what the Democratic Party is doing, saying they're standing up for the little guy in this country when you're going to drive up the price of energy, increase CO2, empower China, empower Iran, empower Russia, and harm jobs. You're going to kill hundreds of thousands of jobs in this country, even as we're coming out of the negative effect of the pandemic. We have an expression in Texas, come and take it. Goes back to our history. Our founding as the Republic in Texas. In Gonzales, when Santa Anna wanted his cannon back, and we said, come and take it. Well, my message to my Democratic colleagues, we're going to drill, we're going to frack, Texas is going to continue to lead the world, and my Democratic colleagues, come and take it. We're going to stand up for this world being able to flourish. Not just America, not just Texas, the world. We're exporting liquefied natural gas around the world, making the world better. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are so concerned about CO2, why would you undermine the very energy policies that are giving us the ability to drive those CO2 levels down? It makes absolutely no sense. So I would just say to the gentleman, I greatly appreciate you giving us the time here to highlight this, but this is just the beginning to my friends on the other side of the aisle. You roll in here with the new administration, roll in here thinking that we're going to just fundamentally alter our entire economy through executive order. We're going to say no. We're going to say come and take it. And that's what we're doing, and that's what I'm here to say, and I appreciate the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Appreciate your strong voice, your leadership on the Republican Conference, and appreciate very much you being part of this evening's discussion. Words couldn't be truer. Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for your attention and listening to the message that we have. Let me ask you a question. Could you imagine if former President Trump had signed an executive order during the middle of this pandemic to unilaterally kill thousands of jobs? What would you say would happen? It would be a national outrage, right? Well, President Biden's reckless executive actions are a national outrage. Americans, as you've heard, in rural communities across the country, in fact, in urban areas too, every American will suffer because of this ban. The Western Caucus advocates for responsible land and resource management. And I can assure you, we will continue to be a strong voice for rural America. We will do everything in our power to fight for their livelihoods in the face of these devastating decisions by President Biden. So I tonight call on President Biden to please revoke and reverse these actions. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate your attention and the opportunity to express our views on this very important issue. And I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to honor Eloise Abrahams. Eloise Abrahams is an RN, BS, LNHA, and she's the Executive Director for Guardian Care Nursing and Rehabilitation Center in Orlando, Florida. With over 35 years of experience in healthcare, Mrs. Abrahams knew working with seniors was her passion. Championed as the first African-American Director of Clinical Services and the first African-American licensed nursing home administrator in Volusia County, she strategically led her team to receive the Decade of Excellence Award from AHCA for exemplary nursing and rehabilitation care and services. Certified as a preceptor in Florida, Eloise takes pride in mentoring and training students, particularly African Americans, inspiring to become licensed nursing home administrators. Eloise received numerous accolades for her stellar leadership, including state and national awards for exemplary care. She was also honored by Onyx Magazine as a woman on the move. Abrahams plays an active role in her church and is a member of the Zeta Phi Beta Sorority, Inc. She serves on several boards of directors and is currently president of the Central Florida Black Nurses Association of Orlando, Inc., leading her team through one of the most challenging years in LTC history due to COVID-19, with the support from the GC Board of Directors and Synergy Healthcare Management. She continues to possess a deep passion for providing the highest quality of care. Abrahams is deeply passionate about the quality of healthcare directed towards seniors and those less fortunate, and has demonstrated continuous commitment to this cause. In addition to being involved in her work and her community, she is very family-oriented and understands the need to balance her life. She spends quality time with her beautiful blended family and her husband of 29 years. For that and for more, Eloise Abrahams, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to honor Gloria R. Emanuel. Gloria R. Emanuel is currently the Senior Accountant for Financial Reporting for the City of St. Cloud. Gloria is responsible for project accounting, debt obligations, and monitoring the compliance of debt covenants. In her role, Gloria assists the Finance Director in the refinancing of existing debt. She also handles the issuance of new debt and works to ensure the timely payments of debt service for all bonds for the City of St. Cloud. Further, Gloria analyzes and records transactions for the pension trust fund for both general and police and firefighters' plans. Gloria also holds the responsibility of preparing several local financial reports, including the State Annual Local Government Financial Report, AFR, the State Annual Police and Firefighters Pension Report, and the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Gloria has been employed with the City of St. Cloud for over 32 years, progressing from the position of Senior Account Clerk to her present position of Senior Accountant Financial Reporting. She has had exposure to almost all phases, including the city's financial workings of fixed asset accounting and grant accounting and budgeting. Gloria has also served as the treasurer of a variety of organizations and campaigns, including the Osceola branch of the NAACP and an elected city commissioner's campaign. Gloria received a Bachelor of Arts in Business Administration Finance from the University of North Florida in Jacksonville. She became a certified government finance officer in 2012. Currently, Gloria is a member of the Government Finance Officers Association and its local chapters, such as the Florida Government Finance Officers Association. Gloria has been married for 31 years and is the proud parent of 2 wonderful children and a pet tortoise named Pearl. For that and more, Miss Gloria R. Emanuel, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize Allison Kirby. Allison Kirby has proudly served as the principal of Jones High School for the past 4 years. She's proud of her experience as an English teacher, librarian, and assistant principal, experiences that she feels have helped her become a strong leader for Jones High School students. Kirby's dream is to create an environment where all children feel loved and adequately prepared to tackle adulthood and higher education. Her passion for helping young people comes from her grandmother, who served as a high school English teacher in a segregated school. Her grandmother's passion for her students helped instill a sense of obligation and devotion to education within Kirby's heart. In early years, Jones High School was the only public high school for African Americans. However, the high school is now open to all students, and Kirby is devoted to ensuring that the environment only grows to be more inclusive to students. In her efforts to promote educational opportunities for students, Ms. Kirby has led the school in becoming an official community partnership school, revamping the medical magnet program to produce licensed practical nurses and include a junior law enforcement academy. Ask anyone at Jones High and they will tell you they are, quote, history in the making. Outside of her work, Ms. Kirby happily lives in downtown Orlando with her husband, Dan, and her daughter, Eliana. For that and more, Miss Allison Kirby, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize Joshua J. Myers. Joshua J. Myers is a not-for-profit leader with over 14 years of marketing, communications, fundraising, and sales management experience. Through his career, Joshua has been featured as a commentator for print, radio, television, and other mediums promoting health education and disease prevention. Through his work, Joshua seeks to promote his passion for connecting people to health and wellness resources that improve their lives, especially those disproportionately affected by health disparities. Currently, Joshua serves as the Development and Communications Director at Hope and Help Center of Central Florida, Inc., a medical clinic with operations throughout Florida. Joshua holds a bachelor's degree in theater and communications from the College of Brockport, SUNY, a master's in communications and media technologies from the Rochester Institute of Technology, and a master's in arts management from the University of Buffalo, SUNY, at which he was the Arthur A. Schomburg Fellow. He currently resides in Altamont Springs, Florida, and enjoys reading, cooking, fitness, and the beach. For that and more, Mr. Joshua J. Myers, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize Angela Eady. Angela Eady is a former city commissioner for the city of Kissimmee and a lifelong resident of Osceola County. She has been a champion for expanding access to affordable health care, enhancing education opportunities, and bringing higher paying jobs to Kissimmee. In addition to serving as a former commissioner, Angela has for nearly 30 years has experience in the healthcare industry, where she currently works full-time for a major pharmaceutical distributor. In the past, she has served on the Osceola Planning Commission, the Osceola Charter Review Committee, the Osceola County Education Foundation, the local chapter of the NAACP, and the Caribbean American Floridian Association. Angela currently serves in various organizations as a board member in the Osceola County Education Foundation, Community Vision, the Osceola County chapter of the NAACP, the Caribbean American Floridian Association, the Osceola County chapter of the Democratic Executive Committee, and Organize Florida. Angela continues to assist veterans, advocate for affordable housing, and combat homelessness. And in addition, Angela has received various awards for her community service, including the NAACP, the Mercy Foundation, the National Congress of Black Women, City of Kissimmee, the Caribbean and Floridian Association, and the Delta Omicron Omega chapter. Public safety has always been a priority for Angela. She will continue to bridge the gap between the community and law enforcement. Angela believes in equality for all, therefore she will continue to fight for equal rights for all. Angela is the 10th of 12 children and the mother of one beautiful daughter. She has two precious granddaughters, Mariah and Brooklyn. Angela Eady has been in public service for most of her adult life and has spent countless hours volunteering to build a better community for all residents in the great city of Kissimmee. And for those reasons, Miss Angela Eady, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize Dr. Kara Nelson James. Dr. Kara Nelson James joined Central Florida as a chief medical officer in December of 2019. She obtained her medical degree at Nova Southeastern University College of Osteopathic Medicine in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Her residency training in family medicine was at North Broward Hospital's district-affiliated Broward General Medical Center. Along with being a valuable member of the Central Florida healthcare team for over 14 years, she is also an associate clinical professor at Nova Southeastern University's Dr. Karan C. Patel College of Osteopathic Medicine. Dr. Nelson James continues to provide direct patient care at the Dundee Community Health Center 2 days a week. She has been instrumental in working with Baycare on the residency program in Polk County through the Florida State University. She is an advocate for clinical education so students and residents can experience the heartfelt mission of community health care. During this challenging COVID-19 pandemic, Dr. Nelson James has spearheaded efforts to provide testing for thousands of patients and vaccines to 65 and older populations and HCW alike. Dr. Nelson James is passionate about everyone having access to quality health care and bridging the gap in health equity. She has committed herself to empowering her patients to be active participants in their journey to health. She will always find a way to say yes to programs that benefit the community and are dedicated to the cause. Dr. Nelson James is married with 4 children and lives in Winter Haven, Florida. In her spare time, she enjoys watching basketball, staying fit, and reading. For those reasons and more, Dr. Kara Nelson James, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, we would like to recognize Dr. Carolyn Pass. Dr. Carolyn Pass's leadership spans more than 35 years, beginning with serving as the president of the Minority Pre-Professional Association at the University of Florida, where she earned her BS in microbiology. As a medical student, she was a student health policy mentee in the late Senator Edward M. Kennedy's office. Dr. Pass also served as president and regional council member of the Student National Medical Association. In the final year of her master's program, she was awarded the highest honor bestowed at the University of Miami, being inducted into the Iron Arrow Honor Society. Dr. Pass's dedication to the community began in 2001 when she opened her primary care practice in Lake Wales, Florida. Before going into solo practice, she suffered from congestive heart failure and recuperated at home for 18 months after giving birth to her third child. Her dedication to providing quality care to her patients continued to flourish as she rose to the ranks of leadership at Advent Health Lake Wales. While on staff for the past 20 years, she's served on every committee and has been elected 3 times as chairman of medicine. Currently, she is serving as the first Black female chief of staff. Dr. Pass's specialties include internal medicine, wound care, and hyperbaric medicine. Her passions are her 3 lovely children, Alexandra, who is a graduate student, and Nicholas and Christian, who are in college. For that and more, Dr. Carolyn Pass, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize Dr. Vincent Miller. Dr. Vincent M. Miller II currently serves as a secondary math teacher at Winter Haven High School, and he was recently honored as the first Black male Polk County Teacher of the Year. Dr. Miller is a newly published author with one of the top-selling books on Amazon, 21st Century Education in the Lens of COVID-19. As an accomplished visionary leader in the academic sector with 10 years in Polk County school system, he has had many administrative roles but found his love back in the classroom. Some of Dr. Miller's most notable accomplishments in education include decreasing academic suspension rates over 50%, establishing various innovative academic programs designed to energize academic offerings and enhance career and professional development outcomes for students. He holds a doctorate in education in educational leadership from Lynn University, a master's of business administration from Webster University, a bachelor of science from the University of South Florida, and a music minor in vocal performance from the University of South Florida. Dr. Miller is known for his community work through his nonprofit, Filling the Lane. Filling the Lane's mission is to bridge the gaps between education, sports, arts, and community for at-risk youth. He is also known for performing locally and internationally in shows such as Porgy and Bess and the Broadway production Katunga. He is very excited to be honored here today. In the words of Disney, quote, "It's kind of fun to do the impossible," unquote. For that and more, Dr. Vincent M. Miller II, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize Jacqueline Bird. Jacqueline Bird is the superintendent of Polk County Public Schools, an educator, wife of Jason Bird Sr., and mother of Jason Bird Jr. and Jaylyn Bird. She was the first African-American superintendent of Polk County Public Schools. Through her continued focus on improving education for all students, she has become a role model for students and is an advocate for educating all students, creating wraparound services to address meeting their needs, and removing barriers to allow for success. Jacqueline can be found visiting schools, talking to students, attending events, and advocating on behalf of her students to local community leaders. She loves spending time with her husband and family, even though many of these evenings are spent at school events. She is the youngest of 6 children of Eugene and Irene Hodges. Her siblings have always said, quote, "She should have been the oldest," unquote. Her parents taught her that she would face challenges as an African-American woman, but her independence, character, and integrity were important. She has passed these life lessons to both her children. Jacqueline is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority and serves on various boards of directors within her community and state. As part of her service to the community, she served as a spokesperson for the National Bone Marrow Donor Program. In December of 2005, she donated bone marrow to a 12-year-old girl with sickle cell anemia. Jacqueline advocates for unselfish acts for the betterment of mankind. For that and more, Superintendent Jacqueline Bird, we honor you. In honor of Black History Month, I would like to recognize Josephine Howard. As part of her life legacy, Josephine M. Howard has been achieving goals, setting high standards, teaching, learning, positively impacting lives, and committing to helping, mentoring, and inspiring the lives of children, adults, and the elderly. Desiring to become a teacher like her mother, Crizel, she grew up mentoring and tutoring her 5 siblings and neighborhood children. In the 1960s, Josephine graduated from Douglas High School with high honors and Florida College, cum laude, with a bachelor's degree in elementary education, and subsequently began her teaching career. Josephine loved teaching but wanted to have a greater impact on more lives by empowering them with knowledge. Therefore, she went back to college and earned her Master's of Education, magna cum laude, from the University of Central Florida, and an Education Specialist degree, summa cum laude, at Nova Southeastern University, thus dedicating 38 years of service to education, including 20 years as a principal. Josephine is a servant leader, lifetime member of the NAACP, has served as a member of the Horizon Housing Board as treasurer, is the former CEO of Howard's Apparel, former chaplain of the NC 100 BW, Board of Trustees of Heart of Florida Hospital, Head Start Policy Council, and Who's Who among professional women. She continues to serve as the first president deaconess at the New Beulah Missionary Baptist Church. She is actively involved in First Christian Education Directress appointed, praise minister, mass choir, Sunday school teaching, and more. Her community service and leadership education have earned her numerous recognitions, honors, and media coverage. She received the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Lifetime Achievement Award, Teacher of the Year, and Distinguished Volunteer Service Award. Josephine is married to her husband, Philip, of 52 years, and has 2 children, Janita and Philip II, and 3 grandchildren, Philip and twins Philip III and Kennedy. For this and more, Josephine M. Howard, we honor you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about my personal account, like so many other members have, on the day of January 6th. I do so in a poetic, artistic form with a poem, A Bird's Eye View to Insurrection. The day started with the humdrum noises of a mundane process. Mahogany boxes were presented, paper shuffled, and gavels knocked. But the process of the day was everything: the hearing of voices, the counting of votes, the sum of democracy. I had a bird's eye view from the gallery. And on that day, we were in the final steps, the technocratic certification. We were electing a president. Meanwhile, at the ellipsis, at base camp, another scene ensued. A president spewed hateful lies. Violence was incited, and a fuse was lit. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, stop. Objections were raised. Debates began, and passions heated. A text reads, Capitol Complex breached. I rest assured, I am in the safest place on earth, for the people's house has never fallen. I call my wife to tell her we are safe. No thought of danger permeates. I am convinced of my own safety, and I listen to more speeches. A text reads, Capitol Dome breached. Pence and Pelosi, Hoyer and McCarthy, one by one, they were escorted out. The debate continued. The people's representatives continued, and Jim McGovern presided. Debate yields to a prayer by the chaplain. I am uneasy. Fear is in the air, and the members evacuate the House floor. We dozen or so remain in the gallery, stranded. Banging, banging, banging on the doors. The insurrectionists are at the chamber. Gas masks are deployed. We are surrounded. Welch and Gomez, Crow and DeLauro, Himes and